I love that guy. He's a great person.
Do you know his dad?
If you're talking with, yeah, you have to have him on just because of the live feed. So.
Where would you like to say a little thing about Senator Quorum and like that? Where would you like me to fit that in?
Okay, and then.
Yep, they work.
Where do you want me to fit that in? Where do you want me to fit it in? Say something after between 10 and roll call? I just want to welcome everyone and. Okay. But you'll state where do you want me to talk?
I do not know. I don't
Before
see
public
him.
comment? Yeah.
I have one for you.
Not that I know him.
Yep. There you go.
All right, 6 o'clock. I'd like to call to order the Salem County Board of County Commissioners meeting this May 29th here in the Salem Community College. If we could stand for the prayer from our CFO Hannigan and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Heavenly Father, we ask for your blessing upon us as we gather here this evening. We pray for your guidance in the matters at hand. We ask that you help us to work together and encourage each other to be the best we can be. Please hear the special intentions each of us hold in our hearts. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May be seated.
Adequate notice pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act has been given of this meeting by forwarding notice to the South Jersey Times in accordance with the New Jersey Administrative Code Solid Waste Planning Planning Regulations 7:26-6.10C1 through 2, publishing notice once each week for 2 consecutive weeks, at least 10 days before the meeting on May 12th and May 19th.
Roll call attendance, please.
Director Laurie.
Here.
Deputy Director Ostra.
Present.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Here?
Commissioner Timmerman.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. I want to welcome everyone here. It's a great turnout. Thank you very much. I really truly believe this is what America is, where we all have a voice, we all get to talk, we all get to say and listen, and hopefully in the end do the right thing. That being said, just remember, let's keep decorum. There's no need for yelling or shouting or talking people down. This is what it's about, being American, letting everyone have their voice and being heard. At this point, I'm going to ask the clerk of the board if she would read the rules.
Each speaker will have a maximum of 4 minutes to speak and should limit comments to matters pertaining to amending the solid waste plan. The speaker will be directed to conclude their remarks once the speaker's time has expired. No time will be yielded to a speaker by another speaker. The clerk of the board will acknowledge speakers in order in which their names appear on the sign-in sheet. Speakers will address the board from the podium and are asked to begin their remarks by stating their name and residence. Speakers should expect the board to refrain from engaging in a dialogue, except to the extent necessary to clarify the speaker's comment. The allotted time for speaking from the podium is the method to address the board during public comment period. Speakers and members of the public should at all times maintain proper decorum and shall make their comments in a civil manner. Personal attacks, obscenities, derogatory or slanderous remarks will not be tolerated.
Thank you. If you can call the first person, please.
Do you want a
Motion to open the public hearing?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Could I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Mr. Director, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing to amend the Salem County Solid Waste Management Plan.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Director.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion amongst the commissioners? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand.
No, roll call.
Roll call. Okay.
Deputy Director Ostrom.
Yes.
Commissioner Timmerman.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
Director Laurie.
Yes.
Okay, public session is open.
Okay.
So if I could have, so we can expedite this, the first 5 people just stand to the side. So when I call your name, it would be Trudy Spence Parker, Greg Martiniak. Sorry about the pronunciation. I'm in Lewis. I cannot read writing. Pastor Francis Ware and Sunita Johnson. If you could come to this side so we could start calling names. So if Trudy Spence Parker could come to the podium, please.
Thank you. I want to thank the Salem County Commissioners for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Trudy Spence Parker. I live at 134 North Main Street in Woodstown. I am a registered voter in Salem County, New Jersey. I speak for myself as well as a large number of neighbors, some who are new and some who have lived on North Main Street for decades. We are strongly opposed to the Giordano proposal for reasons that impact Woodstown as well as Salem County. Route 45, known as North Main Street, is a two-lane state highway that bends through the center of Woodstown's historic residential neighborhood. Woodstown's historical residential neighborhood includes homes that were built between pre-Revolutionary War and Civil War periods. 3 of our homes in our neighborhood are currently on the National Register of Historic Places and the Salem County Historical Site Register. In a recent sampling of Woodstown's historic homes on North Main Street, the average distance between the homeowner's front step and the street curb is 18.3 feet, which I suspect is consistent with other streets in Woodstown and other Salem County communities. Over the last 18 months, our neighborhood has experienced a significant increase in heavy truck traffic, hauling gravel, sand, and other landfill materials on North Main Street. The impacts of this heavy truck traffic are felt in many ways, including but not limited to damage to our homes, such as cracking, shifting, and separating the home's foundation, cracks and deterioration of exterior and interior walls, constant rattling of windows and doors. Other issues include noise pollution, air pollution, safety for Woodstown's walking and bike riding public, as well as the safety of our walking and bike riding school children. The vehicles transporting Giordano's heavy metal waste, biological waste, and other materials to Salem will wreak havoc on the fundamental quality of life in our neighborhood. To be clear, we believe this proposal has no upside for Woodstown or the Salem County as a whole. Your votes tonight on the Giordano proposal will have a significant influence on our votes in November and in future elections. We implore the Salem County Commissioners to vote no to the Giordano proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinak.
My name is Craig Martiniak, a resident of Pennsville. I graduated from Rutgers University with a degree in environmental science. Your decision today will be a difficult one. What complicates your role is whether it's to, 1, somehow economically save Salem City, or 2, to protect the entirety of Salem County. Your dilemma is that the two are hopelessly intertwined, and you can't help one without hurting the other. Addressing the first concern, such highly successful individuals as yourselves can certainly help Salem City find better, safer, and healthier alternatives to a waste treatment facility. I say, seek the best, don't be desperate, and settle for less. Giordano is the wrong fit. Salem City deserves a business that will attract future growth, not a flimsy Band-Aid that stinks. I implore you to invite Governor Murphy when he's not vacationing in Italy, Senator Cory Booker if he's not saving someone else in El Salvador, and Senator Andy Kim. Invite them today to immediately meet with Salem City Mayor Jody Veller to try to help Salem City. Over the past 2 years, Trenton has squandered $200 million on a windport staging area in LAC that is going nowhere. Not a single offshore wind turbine is up and running. Not even 1 watt of electricity has been produced. Trenton lawmakers need to help find a more viable, attractive solution for Salem City. Salem City needs a odorous Giordano catastrophe like it needs a hole in the head. Addressing number 2, to protect the entirety of Salem County's 60,000 residents, please vote no to the Giordano proposal. The Giordano Waste Treatment Facility will be opening a Pandora's box of a disaster, a potential nightmare that can't be put back or undone. Don't let your legislative legacy be, I turned Salem City into Stinkum City. Or, I turned Salem County into the laughingstock of New Jersey. You now have the real facts, not the Giordano fairy tale, which promises that its facility will smell like a sweet bed of roses. We need your
30
courage.
seconds.
Send a strong message to surrounding counties. Don't send us your organic Wait West. You made it. You keep it in your own backyard. And finally, Salem County is not your
Time's up.
private outhouse, you other counties. If you're with me, I guess
Thank you.
stand. Hey. Thank you, commissioners, very much.
Inman Lewis, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Iman Renee Lewis. I am from Salem, New Jersey. My parents are Bishop Joyce Lewis and the late Anthony Lewis. I came to tell you, and I think that we should vote no, and I feel as though that Salem has gone through a lot, and we don't even have a grocery store. No, people talking bad about our town. In the beginning, I grew up in Salem, and I love my hometown. And I think if we are Tri-City, then I think that we should be united as one, since we are the Tri-City. And don't 3 means unity? So I just feel as though that we all need to work together and have some kind of common ground for what needs to be done for our community at large. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and everyone have a great week.
Pastor Ware.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Pastor Francis Wen. I do live in Salem County. And I thank God for being in Salem County. I've been in Salem County on and off for over 30-some years. And I see the city. I also do an outreach there, but I do see the city. And it is like just dead. It's nothing, and they do need jobs. And I think the more jobs that we can, more companies that can come in and bring jobs, it'll help not only our young people, give them some work to do. It'll have people, economically, it'll be better for the community. I always believe in doing something positive instead of negative. Instead of them standing on the street corners, selling drugs, doing alcohol, just doing nothing, give them something to do. So that's where I'm at with it, and I hope that y'all can vote to bring the company in, and it'll open up more jobs, and maybe more companies will come to Salem City and employ more people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sunita Johnson.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for. I hope Giordano comes to Salem City. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. I don't see jobs. I don't see companies. I don't see a lot of you who I went to school with and from Salem, from Quinton, from Alloway, from LAC. I don't see you in my city. I live on 7th Street. I see the young people. I brought some young people today that want jobs, that were working for apprenticeship programs. They want jobs. My son graduated from college. I had to send them back to North Carolina because there were no jobs here in Salem. But I am working to get jobs here. We want jobs here. Let me be clear. We want Giordano's recycling company here in Salem City. Yes, we want them. See, yes. I will speak different languages. We want them. Why? We want jobs. We want jobs. We want jobs. I see so many. I have a biology degree. I have a master's degree, but that means nothing. I need your vote. I need your vote. You want to be big? Help us. Help us in Salem City. Bring a family-owned company. I went to Vineland. Oh, that's my time. Please vote yes. See. Woo! That wasn't my time. I'm sorry. I heard back there. I'm sorry. So let me finish. I'm not trying to be a clown. I'm just passionate because I know the young people are dying in Salem City. I live on 7th Street. I moved from Quinton to be close to the church. I want to be close to the problem so I can speak and speak for those who can't speak. I want you to vote yes. If you can't do anything, Y-E-S. Yes. Salem City needs your vote. Salem City needs jobs. Our young people need jobs. We need your votes. I am Pastor Sunita Johnson, but I am nobody without you. Faith is the substance of things hoped for. We hope for a grocery store. We hope to get our pool back. We hope for stores. We hope for people. And we love everybody. We want this family-owned recycling company to come here to Salem City. Do I need more time? Come visit us. Come visit us in Salem City. Come visit us.
Is this, Nicholas Riviera? Nicholas, no, not yet. I mean, the next 5 people. I can't read your handwriting, but I think it's Nicholas Rivera, number 6. It's signed in right after Reverend Johnson. Sandy Cooper, Mariana Bacon, Renee Waters, and John Murillo. Is it Rivera? Yes. Oh, come on up.
Hello, I am Nicholas Rivera. I live on Church Street. I am from Salem City. So I don't know much to say, but I'm just gonna say what's on top of my head right now. So all right. So there's a lot of people who doesn't have jobs, who don't have money to do things for their family. Like what I recommend is, dang, I'm scared. All right. Whew. I'm trying to think. So I was going to say, I was telling Pastor Johnson earlier, like other people, they could recommend jobs and food, like to, dang.
You're doing fine. Take your time. Take your time.
I'm just shy. All right, so I recommend, wait, what is this thing again? Giordano? All right, thank you. Giordano, because like what we need is jobs for other people so they can, like, other people work and they can, dang, I'm trying to think. I don't want to take up all the time. I'm done. Well, just Giordano, amen. Have a blessed day, everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Sandy Cooper. I live at 88 Tilbury Road, which is right across from the proposed facility. I am against this facility for a few reasons. I live at a marina that also has families coming to put boats in with children. I deal with the port that is up the road and their big trucks on Monday mornings, which I believe I have emailed each one of you with pictures. There's Monday mornings that I have to have the truck drivers direct me out of my driveway so that I can leave my house. I cannot imagine these tri-axle trucks coming down this two-lane road in addition to trucks from the port. This is a very small road, and the road will not be able to handle the weight of these trucks along with the traffic that this is going to cause. I know Giordano talked about using Greaves Parkway and then turning onto Tilbury Road for the 150 plus trucks in, which also means 150 plus trucks out. I've noticed, well, I know for a fact that there were also some traffic counters at Windy Corner and also by Seagrave Sub Shop. Windy Corner means that these trucks are going to be coming through the Salem Terrace, which is housing families and children. Also by Seagrave Sub Shop, many homes with families, children, and there is also a bus stop there for Elsinboro School. Tilbury does not want this facility. There may be a place in Salem City, but it is not across the street from me, known as my front yard. I would also like to say we do not want to deal with water contamination or stinky, polluted air. Giordano's will not save Salem City, but you can, commissioners, by voting no to Giordano. Thank you.
Mariana Bacon.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live within a quarter mile of the proposed Giordano wet waste recycling facility, and I'm here to speak about maintaining my quality of life. I know it's a NIMBY, but that's me. I live on the beautiful Salem Creek and enjoy glorious sunsets and endless hours of quiet serenity. I am painfully aware of Salem's plight and hope and pray that with good vision, Salem will continue proceeding in a positive direction. But I ask myself, at what cost? Does it outweigh the unknowns? What we do know that property values will significantly be reduced in my neighborhood. We do know that possibly thousands of county residents and businesses will be negatively impacted by the continuous heavy truck traffic. We do know that a large percentage of those revenues paid by Giordano's to the city will have to be used in some sort of way to maintain the city streets for the proposed traffic plan from excess wear and tear due to the heavy truck traffic. What we don't know effects of the 100,000 square foot concrete industrial site on a capped landfill. We don't know the noise pollution levels. We don't know the air quality levels. We don't know the possible dangers altering our estuaries and wetlands. We don't know the possible dangers to our ground wells. With all these serious unknowns, there has to be other other sustainable locations with less community and environmental impact. Your elected positions are vital in creating lasting positive influences that extend beyond immediate achievements and titles, shaping culture, values, and future generations. So in closing, the current Board of Commissioners are elected by these communities to make important decisions that impact our county in the most positive ways possible. I'm asking you to do your due diligence and vote a resounding no. Please don't leave this footprint as your legacy in leadership. Thank you.
Renee Walters.
My name is Renee Waters, and I reside in Alloway Township, and I vote. I would like to describe the disastrous effect that Giordano's proposed waste and recycling plant will have on the Salem County landfill, the environmental integrity of our beautiful county, and the people who live here. I am here to remind you that this recycling center will be accepting trash from a 200-mile radius of arguably the most densely populated area of the United States, including northeastern New Jersey, New York City, Philadelphia, and most of Delaware. Mr. Giordano admits that 200 trucks per day would be entering, but with this geographic area involved, the low estimate of 200 trucks per day is laughable. This massive refuse would be going to the Salem County recycling plant, and recyclables would be removed there for reuse. The problem for us lies in what is to be done with the megatons of refuse that will be extracted and deemed not to be recyclable. These non-recyclables will include substances such as asbestos, refrigerants, and toxic materials. Mr. Giordano has made two statements about this that are highly contradictory. He first made it sound like he would be doing the Salem County Utility Authority a big favor by, lucky them, offering these megatons of trash to the Salem County landfill. He has so much concern for our landfill that he said that taking this trash will, quote, make sure the landfill stays vibrant and strong. But later he said that we have the option of not accepting the trash and he can send it elsewhere. Mayor McKelvey did state that the county retains decisions over flow control and that if the waste is not generated here, we have no responsibility to accept it into our landfill. But isn't it open to interpretation as to whether refuse processed at the Salem City Center is or is not now Salem County trash? Just think, this will all be well and good until Giordano decides that it's too cumbersome and expensive to be trucking it to distant locations. This is where Giordano takes Salem County to court with his big lawyers and wins the ability to dump the tons of recyclables in the Salem County landfill. After all, the words, quote, not generated in the county, are quite obviously open to legal interpretation. The current Skia landfill is already filled up to its final cell. What happens when the last landfill is full and our landfill needs to expand? Do they expand the present location? I'm going to just try to get, okay, how long will the present landfill infrastructure be able to maintain this colossal increase in dumpage? At what point will the increase, okay, in accumulated refuse create leachate in the wetlands of our groundwater? Who will be responsible for replacing this and other infrastructure? Salem County taxpayers? Also,
30 seconds.
Will those in charge turn a blind eye to the contamination of groundwater on which most Alloway Township residents rely? At what point will the landfill be so compromised that it can no longer be sustained at the present location? Will there be another location in Alloway Township, or maybe a new location in our beautiful communities? In which case, will Giordano be responsible for paying for the creation and maintenance of additional
Time's up.
landfills?
John Murillo.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I was asked to speak for several reasons, but can I show a hand? Just raise your hands if you're a taxpayer. I'll get to that in a minute. I came to Salem City on December 24, 2024, after not seeing my sister for 37 years. I walked through a city of dismay. Storefronts closed, barely anything there. I moved with nothing. I came to Salem with a hope and a dream to start a new life after not seeing my sister for 37 years. After several months of looking for work, I have still to this day not been able to find work. I had a job interview today at Applebee's for a dishwasher job that I was told I was overqualified for. My resume speaks for itself. I have worked with Sunita Johnson in her food bank, watching the homeless come to her, looking for work, asking her what they can do to help, okay? For the first time in my life, I'm 56 years old. The people that raised their hand here as a taxpayer is paying for me to be on EBT. For the first time in my life, in 56 years, I have to depend on you to get food, the tax people. So why not bring a job? Why not bring Giordano's here? I listened to everything everybody said about your house shifting. House shifts every day. It happens over age. It does. Brand new construction. I've been building houses since I was 17 years old. It happens. Houses settle. Nobody asks you not to go to AC, but yet you go to AC. Hundreds of you do. It destroys the roads. Okay, I understand you have kids. I understand your front yard is right across the street. I understand everything everybody's saying. But here before you stands a man looking for work and cannot even get a dishwasher job because I'm overqualified. Because I'm overqualified. Giordano's would give me an opportunity, possibly, not only to myself, but to many others for work. I've been through Salem City in the wintertime without the leaves on the trees and all that. I seen a disarray. Me and my fiance drove through it the other day with all the green, with all the colors of plants and flowers and trees. It's a beautiful historical city. I'm not saying Giordano's going to come here to destroy it, but Salem needs something to revive it. That's money going into Salem. Are you forgetting that? It's money. Yes, there could be things that happen outside of it. Okay? It may not be all about the money. But whoever just said that, are you going to give me a job?
Please direct your attention to the board.
But the thing is this, Salem County needs jobs, and this is one of many that can possibly come. I need a job. People standing on street corners need a job. I understand everybody's concern, all of it.
30 seconds.
All I can say is this, Salem City needs Giordano, and Giordano needs Salem City. That's all I got to say.
Janine Valentine, Lisa Davis, Donald Davis, Isabella Goetz, and Michael Thomas, please. Ms. Valentine? Valentino, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Jeannie Valentino. I'm a registered voter and a taxpayer of Salem County. I stand before you today to address serious concerns about the proposed water disposal facility on a closed landfill in our community. The proposal is not only unprecedented, but also deeply flawed, posing significant risk to our environment, safety, and quality of life. I urge you to reject this application and consider safer, proven alternatives that align with our community's best interests. First, let's be clear. There is no known instance anywhere of constructing a large individual facility, let alone a waste disposal facility, on top of a closed landfill. This is uncharted territory, and for good reason. Closed landfills are unstable, poorly understood environments, especially this one, which, according to Oprah responses, has been inadequately monitored for years. We do not have clear data on the site's condition, its soil stability, gas emissions, or leachate risks. Building a large concrete pad and structure on such an uncertain foundation is reckless. The stresses from heavy trucks dumping waste, combined with the constant grinding, sorting, and baling operations, could compromise the site's integrity, risking environmental contamination and structure value. The application itself is misleading. It misrepresents the size of the proposed building and understates its plan for expansion. Under settled law, environmental impacts must be evaluated on a basis, not in a piecemeal fashion this applicant presents. The site has ample room for expansion, potentially doubling operations in the future. Every impact, noise, dust, traffic, and pollution will be magnified, intensified, and multiplied. We cannot allow this project to proceed without full accounting in its long-term consequences. Let's talk about the operations. This is not a recycling facility, despite what the application may claim. It's a waste sorting and transfer station. Trucks will dump their entire loads, construction debris, municipal waste, and other materials on a concrete pad for sorting. Not recycling will occur here. The waste is merely processed and shipped elsewhere. This process will generate excessive noise, dust, and particulate matter circulating through our air and threatening public health. The application fails to address how the building will be engineered to mitigate these impacts, dismissing critical safety and environmental concerns as mere site plan issues. But this is no ordinary project. A standard site plan checklist designed for houses or small commercial buildings
1 minute.
is wholly inadequate for one off high-risk facility like this. The proposal also ignores key recommendations from the EPA manual on waste facilities. For instance, the EPA recommends a noise limit of 50 decibels to protect communities, yet this application allows for 65 decibels, far too loud for residential area. The constant clamor of dumping, grinding, sorting, baling, and loading into large trailers
30
will disrupt
seconds.
our neighborhoods and day and night. These are better alternatives, proven suitable options already to use New Jersey. Dozens of landfills in our state have power plants built adjacent to them, capturing methane gas to generate electricity. Many others have installed solar fields, transforming capped landfills into sources of clean energy. I strongly urge Salem City to pursue one or both of these options instead.
Time's
They are
up.
safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Davis.
Hi, I'm Lisa Davis from Lower Alloways Creek. The proposal for the Giordano Recycling to establish a recycling center and transfer station on a closed, capped landfill is highly irresponsible and borders on absurdity. To begin, the Tilbury Road landfill meets the DEP criteria for designation as a legacy landfill. It operated during an era when hazardous waste could be deposited without restrictions or monitoring, resulting in undeclared toxins and hazards beneath the cap. Due to numerous DEP violations, the safety of this closed landfill remains uncertain, with significant unanswered questions regarding methane emissions and groundwater testing. The landfill cap varies from 2 to 5 feet in thickness, Yet the Giordano application proposes a large industrial facility spanning over 100,000 square feet with plans for further expansion. In addition to the expansive warehouse, the project includes truck bays and entrances, paved maneuvering and parking areas, 2 truck scale areas, and large-scale sorting, grinding, and baling machinery. The operation is planned to run 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., with peak hours from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. These peak hours coincide with times when Salem County children are commuting and walking to school. No other instance in the United States could be found where a large, truck-intensive industrial facility has been proposed on top of a closed landfill. What could possibly go wrong? I'll tell you what could go wrong. According to their own impact statement, the plan for dealing with rainwater to let it flow off the site is to let it flow off the site, collect in a couple of outflow basins, and then discharge it directly into a tributary of the Salem River. The runoff will be flowing straight into a waterway that connects to the Salem River, which is part of the Delaware River Basin. That alone raises serious red flags, but it gets worse. Under the Clean Water Act, you can't just discharge stormwater into a river or stream without a permit, specifically an NPDES permit, which is handled by NJDEP in New Jersey. So far, there's no sign that Giordano has obtained one. And if that tributary is already classified as impaired, which many in this area are, they'd also have to meet strict pollution limits under Section 303D of the Clean Water Act. There's been no public plan showing that they're doing that either. Second, New Jersey has its own stormwater management rules, NJAC 7:8, that require large development to manage stormwater in a way that protects water quality, controls flooding, and allows for groundwater recharge. That means removing 80% of pollutants like oil, dirt, and heavy metals from the runoff before it gets near a waterway. It also means that proving that flooding won't get worse. Again, we haven't seen any technical proof that this project actually meets those standards, especially given that it's sitting on a landfill, which makes everything more complicated and risky. Even more concerning is that the tributary runs near and through communities with private drinking water wells, and the site is within FEMA-designated floodplain. That means any failure in the stormwater system, any clog, overflow, or structural issue, could send contaminated runoff into backyards, drinking water, and sensitive wetlands. There's also the Elsinboro VFW, less than a quarter of a mile away, where veterans and community members gather. They'd be directly in the impact zone if things go wrong. These are very people who have been exposed to toxins in service of their country. For me personally, a Desert Storm veteran with PACT Act disabilities from toxic exposure risk activities, I did not serve my country only to have to come home and be exposed to the same risks. According to the Clean Water Act, Section 402, you need a discharge permit. There is no public evidence of that, and I could go on and on. There are so many things that they don't have. In plain terms, this plan looks like it's designed to push stormwater out of the way, not actually treat it or protect the community. Time's up. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Donald Davis, and I live in Lower Ellice Creek Township. I want to speak to some wetland concerns. The danger is compounded by the fact that the site contains wetlands and wetland buffer zones. Yet no letter of interpretation has been issued by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to delineate them. Under the Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act, a solid letter of interpretation is required to determine the presence and extent of wetlands and to guide all permitting decisions. Without it, there is no legal clarity about where wetlands begin or end, what protections apply, or how impacts must be mitigated. Proceeding without this step disregards both regulatory requirements and basic environmental due diligence. Because this property specifically sits within a FEMA-designated 100-year floodplain, it is already subject to repeated flooding. Wetlands in this area are not incidental. They serve a critical environmental function. They are the kidneys of the ecosystem. They absorb floodwaters, filter runoff, and prevent contaminants from reaching the river and the bay. If they are filled or disturbed, that natural filtration system is compromised, and once it's gone, it cannot be reconstructed or replaced. There's also a surface stream that runs through these lots, forming part of a basin where rank 5 species, the most imperiled species recognized by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Landscape Project and federally protected, have been documented. Among them is the Atlantic sturgeon. Under the Endangered Species Act, I'm not going to read the numbers. Any disturbance of this habitat without review or mitigation may constitute a violation of both federal law and the New Jersey Endangered and Non-Game Species Conservation Act. No environmental impact study, no threatened and endangered species assessment, and no conservation measures have been submitted for public or agency review. These are not abstract concerns. Crabbing and fishing are long-standing active industries in Salem County. The health of the bay, the river, and the connected tributaries directly affects the people who depend on them. With blue crab populations already declining in the Chesapeake Bay, increased harvesting pressure has shifted to New Jersey's waters, particularly the Delaware Bay. The continued viability of this ecosystem, and by extension, the region's economy, depends on maintaining clean, unpolluted, and hydrologically functional waterways. Therefore, at risk here isn't just environmental, it's economic, cultural, and structural, and it includes the risk of eutrophication, which occurs when excess nutrients and contaminants like nitrogen compounds, leachate, or phosphorus enter aquatic ecosystems. When wetlands lose their natural filtering ability and pollutants enter the water column unchecked, eutrophication can lead to algae blooms, oxygen depletion, and large-scale aquatic die-offs. The organisms that suffer first are the ones that matter most to the people here: blue crabs, local fish populations, and shellfish
30
beds.
seconds.
So while the company may claim to bring a handful of jobs, the real question is, how many jobs will be lost if the crabbing and fishing economy collapses due to the environmental degradation? What happens to those families, those small businesses, those local suppliers if the water becomes unusable? Once the eutrophication sets in, the damage is widespread, persistent, and in many cases irreversible. You don't just lose habitat, you lose income, food sources, and community identity. And all of this is before we even begin to talk about the
Time's
traffic.
up.
Hello, my name is Isabella Getz. I live in Carneys Point of Salem County. And to continue on the wetlands, the subsurface stream and culvert beneath Block 47, Lots 2, 3, and 4, where the Atlantic sturgeon has been observed, sits directly in the path of the proposed industrial truck route. Thousands of fully loaded waste-hauling trucks would pass over this culvert every week. These vehicles are not light. The cumulative impact of vibrations, weight loading, and mechanical noise poses a direct risk to both the physical integrity of the culvert and the biological sensitivity of the stream environment below. There has been no hydraulic study, no vibration or acoustic impact analysis, no engineering review under NJDEP's Flood Hazard Area Control Act rules, and no coordination with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, or NOAA Fisheries, regarding the federal listing of the Atlantic sturgeon. The traffic is not separate from the ecological risk, it's part of it, and that's where we turn next. So, in regards to truck traffic, safety, and quality of life concerns, Giordano's proposes at least 150 trucks traveling Salem County roads daily, 7 days a week, totaling 300 round trips. 80% of this truck traffic will pass through Pennsville via Hook Road and Route 49. The Hook Road section by the dike is sinking into the meadow, flooding during heavy rains and spring tides. The county lacks funds to reinforce this roadway, and increased heavy truck traffic will worsen the sinking. And if you've driven in Pennsville, you know it's already bad enough. Other routes facing heavy truck traffic include Route 49 in Quinton, Routes 40 and 45 in Woodstown, and Route 540 in Mannington. These routes run through small towns and neighborhoods with homes and businesses just feet from the roads, now deemed industrial routes. Salem County urgently lacks the funds and manpower to repair and maintain its roadways. This winter, resources were so scarce that snow fences couldn't be installed, let alone repairs made to roads not built for industrial trucking, despite their designation. In 2023, large truck crashes in New Jersey killed 4,764 people, with 16% of those fatalities being pedestrians. Fatalities from large truck accidents are rising annually. Giordano's proposed peak trucking hours dangerously coincide with Salem County school children's morning and afternoon commutes when they walk to and from school. Salem City students face the greatest risk as trucks converge less than half a mile from the high school and less than 3/4 of a mile from the middle and elementary schools. Residents and businesses on and around Tilbury Road already face heavy congestion from dozens of large trucks queuing on both sides to load and unload at the port and Sterigenics. In summer, trucks with boat trailers accessing the marina exacerbate the issue, lining both sides of Tilbury Road. Adding 150 more large trucks daily to these residential streets is dangerous and will render the area nearly impassable for much of the day. The increased noise, vibrations, and diesel fumes will place unacceptable stress on residents. Giordano's proposes that 50% of the waste processed at the Tilbury site will be organic wet waste. National statistics reveal that homes within a 6-mile radius of waste management facilities operating as a transfer stations and processing wet waste face property value losses of 5% to 20%. Just remember that, 5% to 20% for your property values. Properties along proposed garbage routes will also see declines. These losses stem from heightened risks of foul odor, increased air noise and pollution, ground and drinking water contamination, and safety hazards. Constructing and operating an industrial waste management facility on a closed, capped, unregulated landfill with undisclosed toxins poses severe dangers. A plan to build and operate an industrial waste facility on top of a capped landfill is unprecedented in the U.S. due to its recklessness. The Tilbury proposal
30
threatens
seconds.
catastrophic risks, including increased leachate from the weight of a concrete pad, a 100,000 square foot building, and heavy industrial trucking and potentially crushing a fragile cap. This could force toxins into the ground and contaminate drinking water. Any breach of the cap during construction or operation risks releasing toxic pollutants into the air, further endangering the area and our lives. With multiple neighborhoods, businesses, schools, places of worship, and a VFW within 0 to 3 miles of the site, approving this plan is unthinkable. Thank you.
Time's up.
Good evening. My name is Michael Thomas. I live in LAC, and I think this idea is stupid. It really is, though. It is. It is. I'm here to talk about the environmental justice. Salem City is an overburdened community and therefore is received to have a heightened review according to the Department of Community Affairs maps, laws, and regulations. In particular, waste facilities must not be this property impact low income on minority communities. Environmental justice law mandates public notice and a hearing for any overburdened community impacted by a proposed waste facility, not just the town where it is located. The law requires the environmental justice impact statement to evaluate effects on all affected communities, including neighboring towns facing impacts from truck traffic, pollution, and other risks. Per the NJDEP's Environmental Justice Rule Guidance 2023, a notification must reach all overburdened communities with the facility's area of impact, including those with adjacent municipalities or counties affected by traffic, air emission, stormwater runoff, or other stressors. Failure to notify nearby towns constitutes a clear violation of both the law and NJDEP guidance. Notifications must be specifically including direct mailings or hand-delivered flyers to affected addresses along with other required methods. None of this was done. Salem City faces urgent needs but compound economic challenges by introducing a industrial scale operation on a closed capped landfill surrounded by neighborhoods, schools, community gathering spaces, wetlands, a river, endangered species, and residential wells, and is unacceptable. Shouldn't even be allowed. Salem City claims an urgent need for jobs as the primary reason for rejecting a lucrative solar farm proposal from the Tilbury site. However, there is no shortage of jobs in Salem County. Over 100 jobs are currently available across the county, offering a wide range offering a wide range of opportunities for various skill levels, from no experience to highly skilled, including part-time and full-time positions, some even providing transportation for workers. No formal agreement exists between Giordano's and Salem City guaranteeing jobs for local residents without a contract. There is no assurance of job recreation. Furthermore, jobs alone will not benefit Salem if workers do not spend their money locally.
1 minute.
A waste facility brings trucks, not customers. Garbage generates no sales tax, and people avoiding shopping where they feel unsafe. Addressing crime should be the priority to foster economic growth. Most critically, Salem City lacks an economic plan, evidenced by the fact that we are here tonight discussing this misguided proposal by Giordano. Many factors about this plan highlights a serious lack of judgment and
30
vision
seconds.
for the city's future. The residents of Salem City and Salem County deserve a future that preserves the community identity while embracing progress, shared values, and history. We need to identify new opportunities that promote prosperity and pride in our county. Becoming a massive warehouse depot and the dumping ground for city 200 miles away is not the solution. All Salem County residents deserve better tonight. We urge you to vote no to
Time's
a
up.
future.
Jennifer Kugler, David Steinhauser, Greg Thomas, April Guy, and Jordan Jalika. (16, 17, 18, 19, and 20).
Good evening. Jennifer Kugler. I live in Piles Grove, New Jersey. My background, I've been a resident for about 18 years in this county, and for about 20 years, I've been working as an environmental risk and compliance director for various companies. So thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the Giordano's proposal. I believe this project fails to serve the best interests of Salem County and its residents for three critical reasons: the lack of proper due process, the potential to harm to our environment, and the risk of turning our proud county into the Northeast junkyard. We are so much more than that. First, for due process. Transparency and community engagement are the bedrock of fair decision-making, yet many of us feel this proposal has been rushed through without adequate public input or thorough review. Were the stakeholders, residents, local businesses, environmental experts given a meaningful chance to weigh in? Were alternatives explored? Without clear, inclusive process, this decision lacks legitimacy. I urge you to pause and ensure every voice is heard before moving forward, and all promises are in contract. Second, the environment. Salem County's natural beauty, our wetlands, forests, and waterways, it's not just a backdrop, it's our lifeblood. The Giordano's proposal raises serious concerns about pollutions, habitat destruction, and strain on our resources. Industrial projects like this one often leave lasting scars, like DuPont. Contaminated soil, degraded water quality, and disrupted ecosystems. And as you know, once that happens and you let the cat out of the bag, you can't put it in, and it's millions, and by then the business is gone. And we are left paying for it. We cannot sacrifice our environment for short-term gains. Once it's gone, no amount of economic promises can bring it back. And we also have to weigh if, the 15 part-time jobs is worth the bigger impact to the local community and to the greater county. Finally, the bigger picture. Approving this proposal risks branding Salem County as the dumping ground for industrial sprawl. That's not who we are. Our county is a treasure trove of history with sites like Fort Mott and the Hancock House. Our farms feed families across the region with fresh produce, and our scenic landscape draws visitors seeking respite from urban life. We should be investing in tourism, supporting our farmers, and preserving our historic landmarks, not paving them over for this type of facility. Imagine a Salem County where agritourism thrives, where visitors explore rich history and enjoy the land, and where our children inherit a vibrant, sustainable community. That's the future we deserve. Please vote no.
Good evening. My name is Donald Steinhauser. I'm a voter. I live in Pennsville, New Jersey, the gateway to Salem County, and the home of two of the heaviest traveled roads in the county that are populated by dozens and dozens of private residences and small businesses, all of which will be terribly impacted by these gigantic garbage hauling trucks back and forth through town. We don't need it. Just a little insight. I grew up in rural Ohio, and one of the townships there was economically depressed. They needed money, and this company came in and offered to put a landfill in. And of course, the powers that be saw it as a tax windfall, and they approved it. And it's been probably 20 years now. And you can drive down the road in Ohio, look across the horizon, and see this ugly, ugly pile of crap and garbage that stinks and smells for miles. And they are constantly playing the edge of the law, and I'm afraid that the same thing is going to happen in Salem. Who needs a landfill in Salem that's going to give us 20 jobs? Who needs it? You know, your decision tonight is going to make no difference to people like me because we no longer buy green bananas. But you need to be worried about generations to come, your grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and their children. If Giordano's in place, it's going to be there for forever. So my recommendation is you vote no on the Giordano proposal. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Greg Thomas. I'm a 25-year resident of Salem County, currently an LAC resident and former 15-year Salem City resident. I'm a supporter of Salem City and empathetic to the issues facing them and want to see the city succeed. However, the Giordano Waste Project is not something I can support and urge you elected commissioners to vote it down. There's too many red flags, too many gaps in this plan. Sinking county roads, we've flooded with 150 large ton trucks 7 days a week that will continue to deteriorate our roadways and ultimately cost the taxpayer more. Environmental impacts to a cap landfill with waste threatening river and nearby residents' wells. I understand you need to vote on what's best for the county, but today's vote will determine the legacy you leave Salem County. You want to attract residents to want to live here and not make them flee. We need to do better. I urge you to vote down today's proposal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is April Guy. I live in Piles Grove. I've lived in Piles Grove for 3 years. I previously lived in Alloway for 25 years, and we own a farm in Mannington. So needless to say, I think all of my properties will be affected if you guys approve this to go forward and Giordano's eventually has a waste facility in Salem City. I also have several friends we visit in Salem City, and no one that I have spoken to in any of those properties and the neighbors want this facility. No one had heard anything about it, and these are not people that don't pay attention to what's going on. They're well-versed in the local politics as well as what's going on in their community and the world. No one wants it. They understand just as passionately. I drive through Salem. I have friends in Salem. I want to see Salem have jobs. I want to see a future there. I want business. I want them to have a grocery store. But is a dump the best we can do? I don't believe a dump is the best we can do. I don't know why the solar field wasn't entertained. I didn't research that. I researched this. But there have to be better prospects, and we have to get more creative. We have to do our jobs and provide a better future for Salem City residents, and I don't believe a dump is the way to do it.
Hi, my name is Jordan, and I am 9 years old. I live in Salem, and my wish is to not live next to a waste facility. I want to live somewhere with clean air to breathe and clean water to drink. Kids deserve these things. I want to love my home and feel safe. But how can I feel safe knowing that toxic waste will be brought to my town? This is a scary risk. Kids deserve a safe place to play, live, and go to school. Please keep us safe and vote no. Thank you.
'21 through '25, Danielle Jalicka, Sean Elwell, Janine Kiger, B. Crosley, and Ted Cox.
Hi, good evening. My name is Danielle Yalishka, and I live less than a half a mile from the site the waste facility is being proposed. I'm a mother to 2 young boys, and I'm here tonight because I am scared for my kids. I moved to Salem City, February 2024, and I've spent every dollar I have to fix up a house that I hope to raise my children in. I'm doing everything I can to make sure I give my kids a good life, to make sure they are healthy, safe, and happy. But I cannot protect them from the air that they breathe and what may be in their drinking water. I can't protect them from the trucks and noise and toxic waste that Giordano Waste Company wants to bring into our neighborhood. This proposal is not just a zoning issue, but a matter of public health, environmental justice, and basic human dignity. It's unbelievable this proposal has made it this far, and the community has to come together to beg you to reject it. How can you say you care about the people you represent, but ask them to live next to something that will decrease their quality of life and health? Putting this facility so close to families and schools is wrong. This community will be subjected to air pollution, odor, vermin, traffic, and potentially toxic runoff. We have heard promises that this facility will be safe, contained, and monitored, but spill violations and health crises are inevitable. We've seen it time and time again and have heard stories from all over the country of facilities like this that cause health crisis in communities like ours. There has to be a more appropriate location for this facility away from families, water supply, and schools. You're being asked to vote on something that will affect families like mine for decades. This facility might be out of sight for some in this community, but it won't be out of mind for us. We will see it every day on our roads. We will smell it. We'll wonder if the cough our child has is just a cough from a cold or something worse. Asking us to live next to a waste facility is not just unfair, it's inhumane. Our kids deserve clean air, they deserve clean water, and they deserve to go to school and play outside without being surrounded by industrial waste. I know this may seem like a difficult decision tonight, but for me and many others in this community, our kids come first and our health is not negotiable. Our lives are important and we shouldn't have to sacrifice our health and quality of life to enrich one company. We want opportunity in this town, but not this opportunity. There's just too many risks. If I had known this was going to be brought to Salem, I would not have moved my kids to Salem City. People will not live here, and people that can afford to leave will leave, and the rest will be asked to live with risks other wealthier communities would never even consider. Please do the right thing tonight and vote no, not just as our representatives, but as parents, neighbors, friends, and the protectors of this community. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, professionals. Thank you for having this forum this evening. My name is Sean Elwell from Melsonboro Township. And I understand there's a lot of emotions surrounding this project, so I'm going to be extremely brief. There's no need to repeat many of the things that you've heard. As you're aware, Elsonboro Township voted no during the SWAC meeting. It is our stance that the proposed project does not meet the criteria to be considered for inclusion in the solid waste plan for Salem County. And for us, it's that simple. While it is our stance that there are several criteria that are not met to be included, one specifically has clearly not been adequately justified. The facility must not have a negative effect on public or environmental health, safety, or welfare. By now you've heard many examples of how this could impact public, environmental health, safety, and welfare, and I'm sure that you'll hear many more this evening. The environmental impact is not something that should be taken lightly. There are implications beyond what any of us know or can describe this evening. In addition to the items that have been shared, the infrastructure does not adequately support this proposal. We've proven that in these local municipalities. It is for that reason that we believe the burden of this criteria has clearly not been met. While the decision might seem difficult, the answer is actually easy. This proposal should not be included in the Salem County Solid Waste Plan. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Janine Kiger. I currently live in Lower Eloise Creek. I am 67 years old and a lifelong resident of Salem County. Went to Salem High School. I love Salem City. I love Elsonboro. We all love where we live. This is not the right thing for Salem County. It's the color of that curtain. It's a red flag. There's too many reasons not to do it. I understand that we need jobs. I understand that. But to sell out Salem City for 15 jobs is not worth it. It is not worth it. In addition to the schools and everything else around where this plant would be built, there's also baseball fields that have been there longer than I've been alive. There is no reason to take a chance on having stuff like that being exposed to children that are playing in that area, and it will happen. I beg you, please don't let this happen to Salem, and please vote no. Too many red flags. Thank you.
Thank you. Biff Crosley, resident, property owner, taxpayer, and voter in Alloy Township. My remarks are probably going to be all over the place. I understand that Salem City has a horrible unemployment issue. Giordano's only proposed a facility with 60 jobs, and he's already made it clear that it's supposed to be a highly automated facility. That does not bode well for off-the-street hiring in entry-level positions. He's going to be bringing people with him. There might be 15 or 20 jobs left. That's not going to make a significant impact on Salem City's unemployment rate. I feel bad for you, but that's not the answer. It's been mentioned, and I believe there will be a threat to the port, both in the pleasure boating community as well as the commerce. There's a threat due to cross-contamination. We're bringing waste into a facility that handles produce. That is not a good combination. Our landfill may have the opportunity to accept some of Giordano's excess waste, and I understand that's a discretionary consideration, but our landfill has a sunset of 2047 right now. 22 years, and we got no place to take out the trash, guys. Can't do it. The last couple of things are specifically safety-oriented. Fire mitigation. There have been numerous reports of horrible, horrible recycling and trash sorting facilities on fire in our area and not that far away very recently. Obviously, I have an interest in that. I don't know what plans that Giordano has made to heighten his fire mitigation systems, but given the scope and the nature of things that are coming in, most notably lithium-ion batteries, which do not want to be extinguished and are known to reignite as much as 21 days after they're out, yeah, it's got to be a consideration. And then there is obviously the elephant on our roads, and that's the extra 300 trucks. I'm not picking on truck drivers. The guy I rode in with tonight is a retired trucker. Safest driver I know, maybe better than me, probably. But it's pure math. You put 300 more truck trips a day through our facility or through our roadway system, it's math. There's 300 more opportunities a day for motor vehicle incidents. And when it involves a larger truck, it's not usually pretty, and often it's not survivable. So, urge you to vote no, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Ted Cox from Pennsville. I'd like to say that Salem and Pennsgrove definitely need some economic boost, but this is not the business to put in that location in our county. I'd like to reiterate on some of the traffic issues that have been talked about already. There has not been any traffic study done in Pennsville on Route 49 or Hook Road. As the man just said, there's 300 trucks going to be going down Hook Road every day, one way or the other. And as Giordano states, it will be the same prime time that we have buses taking our kids to and from school with several stops on Hook Road. Now, as you all know, Hook Road Phase 3 is not completed. So therefore, Hook Road floods 6 to 12 times a year. That means them trucks are going to be rerouted on the 49, up Churchtown Road, down to 49. You're going to have dead gridlock on 49 and Hook Road. Route 49 is the nuclear evacuation route. They cannot afford to have gridlock. Nobody's addressed this at all. This has not been discussed in any of the other meetings. The 49 is a nuclear evacuation route for Pennsville and south. So you guys really have a big decision. As you can see, I don't recall any meetings that you've probably been involved with that brought this many people out. It's a controversial subject, but there's a lot of passion on both sides. I personally would like to see it on the ballot. Why put the pressure on you guys? Put it on the ballot whether you want it or not. But since that's not likely to happen, I would like to see everyone that's for this proposal stand up. Everyone that's for it, stand up. Okay. Everyone against it, please stand up. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I guess it doesn't need to go to a ballot now, and you guys can understand and see actually how the vote really would go. So with that said, I'm a firm no, a 10,000% no on the location, but a firm no on this proposal because it has such adverse effects on every community, all the kids. The studies haven't been done that support any of this environmentally or traffic-wise. There's nothing to support this proposal. So with that, I appreciate you all participating in that little exercise. Please vote no.
Ed McGee, Daniel McLaughlin, Alicia Bornstein, Deb DeMarco, Dana Gaynor, and Ann Madera. It's 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. I don't care. I'm making up time.
Ed McGee, Alloway, New Jersey. I am a lifelong resident. My in the same house my grandparents owned since 1910. I can tell you this right now, as I said the first meeting, I am a retired trucker of 46 years. I know what's going on behind the industry. I know what happens to these roads. Much of what has been said here tonight is true. We all know about Hook Road, how many times it's been washed out. I'm going to keep it short and simple. There's a place for everything, and everything has its place. I am not against waste. I hauled it. I've hauled everything from water to cyanide. And I can tell you this, keep it out of cities. Put it out in a pasture, put it out at DuPont, put it in it does not belong in the middle of a city. You're asking for trouble. The old saying is, be careful what you invite in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel McLaughlin. My wife and I live on South Tilbury Road in Elsinboro with our 6 children. I have major concerns regarding the proposed waste treatment facility that is to be stationed directly behind my home. My family and I have lived at this address since we purchased the home 6 years ago. Since moving here, we've enjoyed the lifestyle of this small, scenic, quiet farm community. This business moving into our borough will undermine the very lifestyle that we sought in moving to this area. The environmental repercussions of such a facility will be devastating to our community and our very way of life. The proposed site is in close proximity to my family's well. This well is a primary source for our water used in cooking food, as well as our drinking water. The inability of some to achieve employment should not come at the cost of the health and well-being of the families that live in the Tilbury area. If this landfill cap were breached or damaged in any degree, pollutants from the landfill would escape into our soil. How would this affect the farms and produce being grown in the area? Toxic pollutants from landfills are associated with significant health risks, including cancer and cardiovascular problems. Methane emissions, leachate secretions, and hazardous gas generation from chemical interactions buried in the landfill are critical environmental concerns, especially in a residential and farm community. These concerns are highly elevated when we're talking about disturbing the ground in which these items are contained. My concern grows even more as I think about the weight of this facility and or the sheer weight of the substances going in and out via trucks. The ability of the cap on the existing landfill to sustain that weight. Has any of you commissioners looked into the weight capacity of the cap? I would like to reference nj.gov, Department of Environmental Protection website, where you can see New Jersey landfill status at this time. If I may bring to your attention where NJDEP website states the status as not open. They say the year ceased operation is 1976, and they also state that this landfill in question is not properly closed. Does anyone know what the DEP is saying by not properly closed? And have any of you done research into the repercussions of building on a landfill that is not properly closed? Any rupture or crack mentioned would threaten the health, safety, and well-being of my family and my community. I would like to question the benefits that this would bring to Elsinboro and Salem residents. There's not that many jobs that they're offering. The residents would face higher taxes for infrastructure and road maintenance. It would harm our ecosystem. The emissions from the trucks and the facility would cause harm to our air quality. Water runoff would release leachate into our water and our soil. I've yet to hear any substantial benefits this facility would bring to our community. This type of facility belongs in an industrial setting, not a residential area with marshlands and protected natural areas.
1 minute.
I do not understand why our representation would even deem such a business good for our community, and it amazes me that people who claim to be advocating for the youth of Salem would not have the foresight to see that the building this facility in such a close proximity to Salem youth and baseball and softball fields, yielding to the possibilities of contamination, poor air quality, and offensive odors. This would require the city to move the sports fields to a different location, costing taxpayers even more. By voting to allow this business into our community, it would send a clear message to
30
Elsinboro and
seconds.
Salem residents. You would be telling us that this business means more than the health and well-being of us, the residents, and the future generations that call Elsinboro and Salem home. I am proud Elsinboro resident and as well a proud voter. When voting day comes, I always vote for the candidate who would best suit our community. I vote for the person that I believe would stand up for the best interests of Salem, Elsinboro. I hope that I voted for the right people to represent myself and my family tonight. I'll be watching the development of this proposal, and I will be voting accordingly.
Alicia?
My name is Alicia Bjornson. I reside in Pennsville. This summer will be my 31st year in Salem County. And for those here in the room, I worked at Fort Mott, Hancock House. We were able to reopen it, and then retired from Batstow. And what is pretty amazing is the culture, the history, natural resources, it's all important. It matters. And when we take a look as what the potential here is, we are looking at environmental injustices that occur in economically challenged communities where residents are more likely to live with higher levels of pollution, including air and water contamination. All throughout Salem County, we have wetlands that work. We have parts of wildlife that come. You've heard about the Atlantic sturgeon, you've heard about muskrat suppers, for those of you that have been here. But you have all sorts of vibrant wildlife. The third New Jersey State Park is Parvin. But when you take a look, you want to make sure that communities work. I was partnered with National Park Service for the New Jersey Coastal Heritage Trail, which linked local, state, federal sites, 330-mile vehicular trail, which provided cultural heritage and ecotourism. People come, they spend the night. They choose, they spend money. Yes, Salem needs jobs. But Salem is the county seat. It was founded before our nation. 350th is about to come. So when you have climate change's impacts, such as the heat waves, floods, the 100-year flood zone, you have extreme storms. You will find that this disproportionately affects people who are underserved, don't have the jobs, may not have the food. You want to have Salem be a showcase, potentially a Haddonfield, a Hamilton, but recognize that this community of 65,000 people matters. I'm from Chicago. My hometown was larger than the county. So you have examples of the environmental injustice, pollution of local waterways sourced by industrial facilities. You want to make sure that this space is safe. You have the siting of hazardous waste facilities in places because I think nobody cares. Anybody here who votes, you have a primary. Show. You can't complain if you don't participate. But lack of investment in the infrastructure and the environmental protection in these underserved communities makes the residents vulnerable. It's not just Salem City. It is the whole county for those vehicles that have to travel. Your infrastructure, local, state, county roads. What happens? What's happening with the sewer systems? So you have to enable these environmental justice policies that will serve, provide education, but include additional funding for resources for these communities to make it work, education and awareness, collaboration and partnership. Work with whatever you're doing to get things for the kids to do, a pool, a splash park, something that works for the kids to understand. But as you have a chance, I saw a quote earlier in the county that said, good judgment comes from experience.
30 seconds.
And experience comes from poor judgment. Vote no.
Deb DeMarco.
Hello, my name is Deb DeMarco. I'm a Salem City resident. First of all, I'd like to give a compliment to whoever designed the new billboard. We're more than just cows. No bull. I love it. It's great. And I see that we want to improve and develop our community here. Giordano's is not the way to do it. I think that there is a lack of vision for the development and the redevelopment of Salem County and Salem City. All you have to do is look around you. Look 30 miles up the road. Haddonfield, Collingswood, Westmont, Haddon Heights. Didn't they all take a turn for the down, right? Bethlehem, PA. What happened when the steel industry collapsed? Have you been to Bethlehem, PA lately? If not, take a trip. It's a lovely place, steeped in history. The Steel Stacks Casino. They have a month-long Christmas festival that's well attended. They have a historical section that's lovely, right? This is what we need for Salem City. Have a vision. Salem, shalom. It means peace. We were founded with a handshake by the Lenape Indians. This should mean something to you. I know it means something to me. That's why I moved here. That's why I moved here. I grew up in Haddonfield. I know what it takes to build a strong community. And when the high-speed line came in and threatened to shut down every single business in town, what did they do? They banded together. They formed a strong business community. And this is exactly what we need. We need grocery stores. We need restaurants. We need a little boutique where I can go shopping. We need, right? Something for the community. That will provide jobs. This will provide jobs. I see it all over. Please, vote no on Giordano's. Vote yes on progress, history, and for the people. Thank you.
Dana?
Hello, I'm Dana Gaynor. I live in Salem, have since I married my husband in 1980. The Gaynor family has been part of Salem for generations. Founded Gaynor Glass. We have been part of this community. My husband was head of the Chamber of Commerce for many years. We put on several street festivals, including the Robert Gibbon Johnson Day, trying to make Salem a mark, and we could have done it, but we didn't really have the support of the townspeople, a lot of the townspeople. So that's neither here nor there, but what I want to say is that we are not, and I'm repeating what Deb DeMarco just said, we are not focusing on the assets that we have in this county, and especially in Salem. You realize we have 350 years of history. Are we going to throw that away? And like Alicia said, that should account for something. That's important to me. And we do have a group that has been bringing tourism into Salem County every year for many, many years. And it was called Arts in Bloom, and now is the Salem County Art Tour, which you may or may not be familiar with, and we're doing our best to bring people to Salem County to see its beauty. We have beauty. I think we're the most beautiful spot in New Jersey. And what we have here is so precious. If we soil it, we may as well say goodbye to our history and to 350 years of the making.
Ann Madera, Market Street, Salem, New Jersey. I know some of you won't recognize me without my paint attire. A proposal to make Salem worse off than it already is, a literal dumping ground. Those of us that have the means and can afford to will move, abandon, give up on Salem. My personal preservation folly will have been in vain. The 75-year legacy of my family in Salem will be erased by the votes of few who don't reside in the city. I've watched as many people tried. They came from away, or they were from Salem. They opened businesses downtown. They restored property. And finally, after fewer years than they gave up and left. They sold their property at drastically reduced prices. They abandoned their property to bank foreclosure. They allowed places just to burn. No grocery store, no drugstore, few businesses downtown, no services, undrinkable water, no public transportation. No business will buy in and open in the proximity of a garbage facility. No business is attracted to Salem in its current condition. The proposal is not a promise of jobs. This proposal will be the nail in the coffin. Salem will never attract the educated business owners and social philanthropists of the past. The few high property taxpayers will give up and get out, and will relegate the current poor and underprivileged population to a worse quality of life than they are currently experiencing, a prison of their leaders' making. I don't know who thinks there is a magical flyover route through downtown to the proposed site. All of the feeder highways are 10 to 15 miles away. Think of all the smelly, drippy dump truck traffic that's going to roll in from Route 49. Or what about 540 down through Market Street? Think they will all turn off at Grant and Griffith? Or maybe down Broadway in a race to see who can get there and back the fastest? Those truck drivers get paid by the load, so the more trips they make, the more money. Perhaps why the dump trucks are already running me off the road in Mannington, or barreling down Market Street at high speed, much past the speed limit. So, everybody in the county will get to experience this. It's not happening in a Salem vacuum. The entire county will have some ill effect of this game. Why keep spending money to do studies on revitalizing downtown Salem that never come to fruition? Put bricks on the crosswalks because that attracts shoppers. Put in a brand new courthouse or a parking facility. Why build the houses on Linden Street? Grasp at a thin, short straw offered now and throw in the towel on any future improvement, business development, and abandon the town to a predatory trash business that no one wants in this town or any other, instead of preserving our river, recreation, and history. And what of accountability? Who will be watching for healthy and safe operation of this business? I think we all know that most, if not all, environmental disasters are discovered after they happen. Lastly, I have to wonder why the mayor or the county commissioners would want their legacy to be a dirty trash business that fed them crumbs and then destroyed the future of a place that stood for 350 years. Those who vote yes will surely be remembered for disregarding public opinion and hopefully in the future be prevented from making poor decisions on behalf of constituents. It's only common sense that I implore you to vote no. Save what little is left of Salem.
Numbers 32 through 36, Craig Maurer, Peter Dixon, Josh Reed, Maribel Pardo, and Angel Santiago.
My name is Craig Maui. I live in Salem City on West Broadway, and I've moved down here about 25 years ago from Burlington County. And I found, I knew friends that lived here, and I've seen the truck traffic even before this dumps has been proposed, and I just found out about it a few days ago. That it's not, it seems like to me that it's not very transparent. Anyway, everybody's talking about the housing. My house is a few right on the sidewalk, and every time the trucks go by, my pictures go crooked on the wall, cracks are getting bigger, and it's the dust from the dirt boats is infiltrating my house, which was not a problem when I first moved down here. But anyway, I'm concerned about the whole county, and we've all had good speakers, so I'm not going to get into that, but I don't understand why Salem City should be the dumping grounds for something like a dump. and why that's not going to affect, it's right next to West Side Court where families live with children, and it's going to drift all over the town. The smell, I used to go to Canada to visit as a kid, and the town had a paper mill, and the stink from the paper mill was obnoxious. And after a few days, you get used to it, but to have a dump right in your town. By the way, if anybody wants to see what a dump is like, they should go visit William Penn's house up on the Delaware River. And I took a friend there. I hadn't been there in 30 years. And we went there, and I saw in the distance 2 green mountains. And I thought I was in Vermont or someplace. And it's the old dump from Philadelphia, these 2 huge mounds right near William Penn's house. And I don't think William Penn saw mountains when he lived there. He didn't go skiing there in the wintertime. And maybe they could make it a ski resort, but it's pretty disgusting, and I don't want to see it in Salem City. Please, the people should be protected from the filth and pollution that's going to cause. Thank you, and please don't vote.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. You're doing a great public service by holding this hearing. My name is Peter Dixon. I live in Pennington, New Jersey. I have been retained by the Salem County Community Preservation and Development, LLC, to represent their interests in opposing this proposal. Tonight, you've heard a number of very heartfelt and very eloquent expressions of concern. My purpose is to address some very important legal issues for you, because these legal issues mean you cannot approve this proposal. Let me start with a very important fact. You, this Board of Commissioners, are the ultimate decision makers on whether or not this proposal goes through. This is not a way station on the way to permits from the DEP for air, wetlands, stormwater. You are the ultimate authority under the Solid Waste Management Act. You are supposed to develop and implement and carry out a comprehensive solid waste management plan for the entire county. And included in that responsibility, which you've been carrying out over the years, I've seen the list of amendments and approvals, is the responsibility to determine the suitability of any proposed facility. That is your decision and your decision alone. You cannot say, well, let's see what DEP says, let's see what some other agency says, let's see what the planning board says. The statute clearly puts the ultimate decision-making in your hands. Now, all of these concerns about public health, environment, welfare, recreation, they're very important for you to consider, but there's one fundamental fact, which is you really don't know anything about them. Giordano hasn't told you anything. The application is 18 pages long. Put that up against the criteria that you're supposed to apply in judging the suitability of a facility. You just don't know. And therefore, any decision to approve this facility would, by definition, be arbitrary and capricious and therefore unlawful decision-making. You have no record whatsoever on which to base a decision. I want to address another very important issue, which nobody has mentioned tonight, and that's the issue of public notice. In the municipal land use context, the purpose of giving notice is to give the ordinary layperson a very good idea of what the proposal is. I want my garage built 3 feet close to the edge of the property. You have to tell what's going on here. Now, this isn't a municipal land use case, but this is a land use decision. And I have no doubt that the courts would apply the same standards, that they apply to land use decisions. What is the single most important fact about this proposal? It's built on a closed landfill, and none of the notices say this. Nobody was informed that this was the proposal. They all had to get it from independent, or they didn't get it at all.
30
so your
seconds.
notices void everything that happens as a matter of law. The final thing I want to say concerns the Environmental Justice Act. You don't have direct responsibility for implementing it, but Salem City is an overburdened community, and it's without a doubt a great disservice to the overburdened city and its low-income and minority residents to move the hearing this far out of Salem City so that those who don't have access to a car can stand up
Time's
and be
up.
heard. Thank you very much.
Josh Reed. Maribel Pardo. Angel Santiago. Okay. 37 through 41, Francis Ponte, Pearl Paris, Jody Veller, Gail Nazarene, and Keith Davis. Excuse me, sir. Please don't address the board directly. Sir, the rules say you can't. Sir? Francis? Francis Ponte? Pearl Paris? Oh, sorry.
Commissioners, my name is Francis Ponte. I am a lifetime resident of South Jersey, a Daretown boy, Woodstown High School, a Salem County resident for 65 years, Alloway Township for 50 years. I have worked in Salem City for 40 years, at Anchor Hocking, Hines, for county government with the Salem County Community Development Program. I stand up for Salem. I am a second-generation educator in Salem City Public Schools. For approximately 30 years, I have preferred to teach at Salem High School. Ram Pride. While it is true that I do not live in Salem, that does not mean that I do not care about Salem. I wrote and performed in a New Jersey Clean Community educational program for schools and events throughout South Jersey. Our puppet theater presentation about recycling played Salem's Market Street Day several times. As a volunteer with the Delaware Riverkeeper Network for 10 years, I coordinated water quality monitoring on all 6 of the Salem County watersheds, providing educational outreach to schools and communities regarding the value of Salem County's environment and advocating for the formation of municipal environmental commissions. I offer this background to provide context and proofs to support the veracity of my observations, comments, and concerns. I support the concerns expressed by the residents of Tilbury, the Port, Elsinboro, Salem, Alloway, Pittsgrove, and other citizens of our Salem County community regarding this application. The proposed location and proximity within 1 mile of more than 1/2 of Salem's population including all of the schools and recreation areas. The location near West Side and playgrounds is a perfect example of self-inflicted environmental racism. The Tilbury site is closer to the Elsinboro border than Salem City populations. Locating an objectionable industry that affects your neighbor more than you reflects poor planning and municipal master plans that are not in agreement. Fiscal exigency and desperation are weak excuses for poor urban planning.
1 minute.
Salem City Council should be thinking green, not garbage. The old Tilbury dump, surrounded by wetlands, a reported habitat for American sturgeon and nesting eagles, should become part of a green space buffer. With or without a solar farm, this will improve the overall quality of life for both Elsinboro and Salem residents. The recycling facility
30
proposal
seconds.
is being pushed, packaged, and jammed like 10 pounds of trash and garbage in a 5-pound bag. Salem County is a jewel. Mega warehouses and venture industrialization are changing the face of Salem County, which still maintains its historic rural character and environmental quality. This recycling facility proposal not only has no place in Salem City, it has no place in Salem County. Salem County has been called the garden spot of the Garden State.
Time's up.
Let us not make the
Sir, your
mistake
time is up.
of becoming the garbage spot
Your
of
time
the
is
garbage
up, sir.
state.
Please step away from the podium. Pearl Paris.
Hi, my name's Pearl Paris, 67 years in Elsinboro. I know many of you on the commissioner board. A little bit of history, not that it attests to this vote, but I went to Elsinboro School, Salem High School, Salem Community College, nursed for 42 years. Last 22 years, certified occupational health nurse at a chemical company in Oldsmans Township. I have a lot of knowledge about chemicals. What I did for 22 years was monitor chemicals. I had an incident at my own home a year ago. I got a letter from the Salem County Board of Health. A well within 100 feet of your home has been found contaminated. Let me tell you, I live in Elsinboro. This isn't supposed to happen. That happens in other places. I did all my research. I paid $1,000 to have my water tested. I didn't have any contaminants. Now you want to bring in a company less than a half mile across the meadow with no guarantee that my well that I just had tested won't be contaminated. There is zero protection from the drain off and leaching of this facility into wells throughout the area. I don't know what to tell you. These chemicals that can come in unbeknownst in the recycling business, which I have researched, and they're all listed. I'm not going to beat a dead horse and say all the stuff everybody else has said over and over and over. But we really need to protect what we have and not contaminate any further air pollution, water pollution, and soil pollution in which we already have attained in Salem County from businesses that weren't trustworthy in the beginning, that we thought we were making. Everybody loved all the jobs that they had, all the money they were making. The cancers that I've seen through the years through these jobs are overwhelming. And I know almost everybody in here has families affected by some of these industries throughout Salem County. Thank you. I hope you realize your decision affects the entire county. And when I say this, I have attended church in downtown Salem for 67 years, almost every Sunday. I eat at the diners, the restaurants. I shop in Parker's. I am in Salem. I can't get out of my township without going through Salem. I do. I was taught from childhood, you donate, you participate, you volunteer. And anybody that knows me, I am doing those things every
1 minute.
day. So I just want to say it's a hard decision, and I wish you the best to all of you.
Jody Veller?
Just a few facts on Salem City. Right now, we have a 68% rental rate in the community. Only about 30% of people own their own homes because homes can't be purchased without stable or sufficient income. We have a median household income of $40,000 a year, a 31% poverty rate, a 13% prime age unemployment rate, and 30% of the community doesn't have a car, which is why we were not really thrilled about having this discussion all the way out here, because most of the residents who desperately need these jobs can't even be present. The college did send a van to bring a handful of people out here, but if you look around, very few people from Salem City were actually able to get out here today. I understand about all of the environmental justice issues, many of which haven't even been explored yet because it was premature. If the Salem County Waste Management Plan, if the commissioners decide not to include it, then there's really little point in doing those types of studies. But with respect to the truck traffic, at this time, even part of the former glass factory is being looked at by a developer. There will be truck traffic if there is any type of industry in Salem. That's not going to change. Maybe the numbers will go down a little bit, but we still need industry in order for Salem City to survive. Environmental justice communities exist for a basic reason, and that is that no one wants these types of projects in their backyard. So now that Salem is pursuing this project that on our end does prevent pollution, because you have no idea what goes into the river in the Salem City end, the illegal dumping, it can encourage recycling and stewardship, and it's kind of being misaligned based on studies that aren't even done yet. But at any rate, the choice is up to you. A rising tide lifts all boats, and while it's only about 30 or 40 new jobs, that doesn't mean a lot to people who have financial security, to people who are employed, but it means everything to the people who aren't. That job brings purpose, a resume, skills, and can open doors to upward mobility. We're not Haddonfield because we don't have a train station. Yes, there might be jobs in the county, but if people can't even get to the college, they're certainly not getting out to Amazon warehouses. Glenn Donaldson had a van once, Mid-Atlantic States. He was able to take people out to Pure Land. They worked, but when the grant funds were pulled, all of those people lost their jobs again. So transportation is something that is critical to our community. So like I said, you're going to make the best decision that you can, and we're okay with that. But as far as truck traffic goes, we cannot guarantee that the next project won't have trucks, because really the only reason that we're here is because this plan needs to be included in the Salem County Waste Management Plan. If it was a different project, there wouldn't be a debate. Thank you.
Oh, she fell down.
Are you okay?
We do have 2 physicians for you if needed.
Gail Nazarene?
Good evening. My name is Gail Nazarene. I live in Alloway Village in Alloway Township. I am a voter. I am a homeowner. I am a taxpayer. I want to just address that the Ardo Glass Factory, the developer there could put in a data center. A data center doesn't require trucks. It's people driving to work, and it could be 100 jobs. I provided some of the commissioners with a possible development plan for the waterfront that included many different ideas, mimicking Philadelphia, Wilmington, and others along the eastern seaboard. So that being said, there are other opportunities that could happen that don't include a waste dump, a recycler, 300 trucks in and out a day. I want to thank you, commissioners, for listening to me and for the opportunity to speak tonight, and for your opportunity to break a bad habit, a habit of poor decisions when it comes to the ecology and health of future generations, as seen with the excessive number of brownfield sites currently located in Salem City and throughout our state. I implore the commissioners to think about this legacy as the vote is before you. Do you want to leave a legacy that brought wet waste to Salem County? Do you want to be remembered for something that is built on a capped site with legacy dumping, filled with unknown toxins, poisons that have the potential to leach into tributaries, reaching drinking wells, affecting the people of Salem, or into the Salem River that is the home to many different aquatic animals and plants, even protected species? Is this the legacy that you want to leave? I leave the commissioners with this. Your constituency has spoken. They have cried out loudly and unashamedly against the amendment to the solid waste plan. Now is your opportunity to honor why you were elected. Taking an oath to represent the population, not just Salem City, but Salem County as a whole. While this is a tough decision, you have to go with the majority. I do not envy you sitting there this evening, and I've prayed for each of you to stand firm in what is right. Just in the hearts and minds of the majority, no, but what is right for future generations, because that's who's going to be affected by this. I may never see the problem. Some of these people in this audience may never seen that problem, but that little 8-year-old boy, he's the one that's going to have to clean up the mess. That's not fair. I ask you to do what is biblically honored, the land that we were blessed with, the land we were called to honor and protect. Again, I'm going to go pray right now for each one of you because the decision is large, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Keith Davis.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Keith Davis. I'm an attorney. I represent Giordano's Vineland Scrap Material, LLC, and the Giordano family. They are here tonight. Gentlemen, would you raise your hands just to show the Commissioners who you are? This is a multi-generational, family-owned business with a track record of managing recycling at their current location in Vineland, and a family that wants to make a substantial and significant investment in Salem City. I can't articulate it any better than the mayor of Salem did. Salem wants this project, and you've heard that here tonight.
Please quiet down. Quiet down, please.
Chairman, I hope these interruptions don't count against my time. And I was respectful, as were folks that support this project. When other people spoke, we only asked for the same consideration. You're here tonight acting pursuant to state law. You, as a County Board of Commissioners, see through your solid waste plan and also amendments to it. Pursuant to state law, you had the ability to form a solid waste advisory council. You did that. That council met. Under state law, they are to, and I'm quoting, assist you in your decision-making process. I have 4 minutes tonight. I don't have the ability to respond to each and every one of the issues that came up here, but rest assured, we did so over 2 long nights of public hearings before your SWAC. You had an engineer that represented the SWAC, reviewed the proposal. I heard tonight 18 pages. This is what was submitted, much longer than 18 pages. A very comprehensive, well-designed plan. Our engineers, Mid-Atlantic engineers, are here tonight that can answer any questions you may have. We presented engineered plans to the SWAC. We heard from members of the public. We responded to those members of the public and to questions and concerns that were raised by members of that council. And what happened at the end? Certain conditions were agreed to by the applicant. They're in the resolution that was adopted by the Solid Waste Advisory Council, Resolution 2025-1. I assume you have a copy. They recommended this amendment to allow this facility. It's not a landfill, as I heard tonight. It is a transfer station materials recovery facility. We have to ensure that the landfill, there was a landfill there. We have to ensure it's properly capped. That's a condition. We have to use an established truck route, which we developed by getting feedback from members of the council, prioritizing use of state highways, and implementing signage. We can't use the port for this operation. We agreed to do that. That's a condition of the SWAC recommendation.
1 minute.
We coordinate accepting waste generated in the county with the Improvement Authority. We have to provide a crossing guard at the SWAC's recommendation. And most importantly, we have to obtain all other required governmental approvals for this project. I heard issues raised about fire. We have to get building permits. We're going to have a fire official reviewing this project. And most importantly, we have to get a permit from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. Many of the
30
comments raised here
seconds.
tonight related to environmental impacts. We have one of the most highly regulated governmental agencies, not in the state, in the country, that is going to be reviewing this plan of development. This is one step in the process. There are many other governmental entities that have to review it. We ask you to follow the recommendation of the council that you formed, that we had 2 hearings before, and adopt this amendment to allow for this facility. Thank you.
You must have been reading the clock.
42 through 46, Terry Wright, Sean Brown, Julie Costello, Stephen Dent, and Jeremy Karg. Terry Wright.
Hello, I'm Terry Wright. I live at 199 Chestnut Street in Salem. I've lived in Salem for 78 years in 5 different locations. Was born on Market Street. And sometimes I talk to younger people and I tell them what it was like to grow up in Salem in the 60s. And they look at me like I've lost my mind. It was the most beautiful place to grow up. I've been on zoning boards and planning boards. I'm a member of the Salem Exchange Club. We support many of the activities that go on in Salem. And I applaud city council and different organizations that do what they can to bring the city back. I wish them all the success in the world. I live on Chestnut Street, and I'm a part of what they call Chestnut Terrace, the new terrace, the new side of the terrace. We back up right to the proposed project. I remember way back, I don't know how far back it was, when the dump was in operation. And I recall there was always a rodent problem, a smell problem. I go by there today, and there's a mound that from the street looks 20 to 30 feet tall. I can only imagine if this project goes through that someday could be 50 to 100 feet tall. And all those problems coming back again. There are 75 to 80 homes in what we call the new terrace. And I feel sorry, these are all people that in some cases are younger generation, some are old timers. But it's one of the nicer communities in Salem. And I just hate the possibility of those rodent problems, smell problems, all coming back again to affect one of the nicest communities in town. I'm blown away by the previous speakers that have really studied the technical aspects of the project. I'm here more on a
1 minute.
personal side, as I've just explained. I was really impressed by the youngsters. There are future generation who are going to be really affected, more so than myself, on what takes place there. So I really hope, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and
30 seconds.
I don't appreciate the challenge, or I do appreciate the challenge that the commissioners have. But hopefully you've seen a majority here tonight that have put forth several reasons why this project should not proceed. And I truly hope that you vote no on the project. Thank you.
Sean Brown.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners and public. My name is Sean Brown. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the City of Salem, and I just wanted to share some comments and thoughts. First, I've been here 6 months, and I try to immerse myself in the history of Salem County to really understand how we got here. And right now, as I look at where we are, I feel like not only in Salem County, but all over America, we are at an economic turning point. What Mayor Dr. Veller is doing in Salem isn't all that different in a conceptual way. I know this is how this is going to sound. It's what Donald Trump is doing at the national level. Now, what does that mean? On the national level, we're seeing what can tariffs do to bring jobs back to the United States of America, whether it be on farms.
You cannot address from the audience.
I promise my point's really good. So whether it be farms or industry, where things are built, what kind of jobs can we bring and what kind of things can we make here? The reason why the city of Salem is in the condition it is because the jobs that were here in the 50s and 60s matched the education system that we had at that time. And when those jobs went across seas, when China opened its doors, the people were still here and the jobs went away. So we now see that we all have a responsibility, whether it would be on staff or elected to government, business owners or community members, to do something about it. And you've already heard what all the challenges are. I think that you actually have a really small question in front of you, despite all of the passion and energy that you heard tonight, which is the application that Giordano sent to SWAC. Is it good enough to now go to the real scientists, the real engineers, the real people who understand this stuff and do this every day, the people who understand the implications of what can happen if it goes bad, how to make it right? Is this application good enough to go to the Department of Environmental Protection? As been said earlier, this is the highest regulated state in America, or at least one of them. The application is 32 pages, and it has incredibly detailed questions. When you put that, and I also want to say, when I first heard about this project, I was like, but I was making some assumptions. And when I read the application, when I got to tour what other facilities look like in the region, when I made sure I put my Flonase in my nose and sniffed, and I only smelled bad scents when I was around 3 feet close to it, my perception began to change. Now, I like the Giordano family, and I would love to take them on face value, but the reality is that they have an incredible amount of scrutiny that they have to get through, and this is just one layer.
1 minute.
Somebody said in a previous meeting that Salem was desperate for jobs. And when I heard that word, I felt that it was stark. I started reading, and whoever kicked me out the Facebook group, thank you, because it made me more productive at work. But when I was in the Facebook group and I was reading the things in there, I was really surprised at the negative perception that people have of this city.
30 seconds.
We can flip this, because you guys are in a lot of the meetings that the economic development people, you know the direction that we're headed. So when you vote, ask yourself, does this deserve to go to the DEP? And I believe the answer is yes. Thank you.
Julie Costello.
Julie Costello. I reside in Woodstown. Previous to that, I was in Carneys Point. Previous to that, I lived in Pennsville. I grew up in Pennsville. My grandfather, he was a charge nurse at Chambers Works. My grandmother was a school nurse, Central Park. I lived here just about my entire life. Do you know what today is? It's the Woodstown prom. Yes. Wow. Right. And I was going to stay home. And my kid is tired of listening to me read all the Facebook posts. He's tired of listening to my litigations that I've interpreted. And he told me, go, because I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing about it. It shouldn't happen. It doesn't need to happen. You want a job? Guess what? Hoodox is hiring. We're always hiring. There's jobs to be had. There are. But my kid, had I known about this sooner, in a mailer, somebody knocking on my door, because I'm a registered voter and I exercise my right, and I'll remember all this, I will. If I would have known about this sooner, I wouldn't have went to the school. I would have recruited the FBLA and the 4-H groups, because Giordano doesn't scare me, and it doesn't scare all of you guys that stood up, right? It's easy. It's no, 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 no. Thank you.
Stephen Dent.
Strap in, folks. Anybody who wears a shirt like this is going to bring it. Steve Dent from Salem. The Partridge family dropped me off on the way here. I'm going to give you a lot of numbers. It's going to go real quick. First of all, Vineland, where Giordano's resides. Across the street from Vineland is a 4-acre empty lot and an 8-acre empty lot. Giordano said, wouldn't it be a great spot in our industrial area that's 0.2 of a mile off of 55? Wouldn't it be a great idea to put this factory right there? And Vineland said 5-0 no. Then Giordano's went to Pittsgrove. And Pittsgrove said, hell no. No, you ain't coming here. Now, we're going to take all of the waste that goes from as south as Virginia Beach to New York City and Long Island. It goes to West Virginia, people. I'm not going to throw shade at previous folks, but my God, make something here in America? We're taking everything from everybody else. It's not our trash. It's not our trash. God, hey, I ain't no holla back girl. You know what I'm saying? But we're the last resort. They don't have anybody else that can say yes. I got through the Freedom of Information Act. The spot from Hook Road to the Salem City Bridge is a straight road. It has no traffic lights, none. Guess what? Last year, Freedom of Information Act, 19 accidents on that road. 19! What's going to happen when we have trucks coming in there? That's crazy. I talked to a gentleman. You may know him. His name is Jack Kugler. He was the former co-commissioner of the Solid Waste Authority manager, landfill. I'm not going to quote him because I can't. I can't quote him. He was fired up. I'll just say, no. That's what he said, okay? Holy cow. I'm confused. Oh, incidentally, Quentin went on a year-long proposal to say no to a warehouse in Quentin. Why? Because they didn't want truck traffic. I don't blame them. Guess what? With this, now you have dump trucks coming through Quentin, okay? Very important to know, Salem County landfill. Right now, we put 500 tons a day into the Salem County landfill. We work 6 days a week. Giordano's works 7 days a week. In their proposal, in their lengthy proposal, they said that they're going to bring in 1,000 tons a day. That's 7,000 tons a week. That's 10,000 tons that now comes from the area, and 3 times the trash comes from Giordano's bringing it in. So now, I got the statistics for you. We have 2047 is going to be the cap. That's when we can't add anymore. If Giordano's comes in, that cap will now be 2032. 2032. What does that mean for you? What that means is 500 tons of trash. It costs between $125,000 and $500,000 to go out of here. That's taxes of $600 to $2,387.
Sorry, your time's up.
Every year.
Jeremy Carg. Jeremy Carg. Okay. 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51, Diana Eichfield, Warren Morgan, Patrick Bamba, Suzanne Landolfi, Betsy McBride. Diana.
Diana Eichfeld, Alloway Township. There's been a lot of compelling, repetitive information, but I think it's important for the commissioners. The good thing that's coming out of this bad issue is this. It's the county coming together. I think it's very important. I don't have things really prepared because I'm like gathering in everything. I concur with what everybody has said about the technical information. I don't necessarily concur with Mr. Giordano's attorney because the approval was not unanimous. And quite frankly, I work in the environmental insurance industry. I think most of the people that voted yes did not understand the technicality because it has not really been brought to everybody. That landfill right now is uncharacterized. It's unlined. It's leaking now. I don't care what anybody says. It is not engineered to have a 100,000 square foot building on it. There will be subsidence. There will be cracking. I will tell you a couple of things to keep in mind on a different aspect is property taxes. Our taxes went up this year because our property values went up according to you.
If we put in this recycling facility, he is correct, it is not a landfill, so not to correct anybody, it won't go higher. It'll sink into what's there. But your property values will go down, you'll have no property base or revenue for the county. People will leave. The second thing, I think I heard somebody said that they will be economically held accountable. How will they do that? Oh, that would be insurance. The problem is, I don't know any carrier who would ever insure a pre-existing landfill with historic nature. The other thing is, when they talk about we'll remediate it, do they know how many millions of dollars that could be? The methane is not being tested right now. We don't know what's there. I urge you to really have a long view on this and not really be myopic. It's not the jobs. This is not the industry for that location, and I urge you to please vote no.
Warren Morgan.
Good evening, folks. Warren Morgan, Alloway. I stood on the stage myself about 7 years ago. I took a run for a commissioner's position. I was unsuccessful, but I had a chance to talk to the people. And that thing, the time they asked me, what would my view of Salem County be? My view, what I exactly said that night, not in verbatim, was the first thing I would do is fix our county seat. Our county seat, we have not put no money into it. We haven't helped it. We haven't done nothing to fix our county seat. Since that time, a dozen jobs have left. The Salem County Chamber of Commerce moved out of Salem City. I want to be part of the solution for Salem City. Giordano's is not the solution. It is not the solution for this town. This town needs more help than this. They need all of our helps. Everyone in this room has failed Salem City. I don't care if you're from Salem City, Alloway, Quinton, Pennsville. We have all failed Salem City. We need to be part of the solution. Giordano's is not part of the solution. I'm grateful to be able to talk here. I'm going to go over a couple things. I heard people talk about the Atlantic sturgeon. The Atlantic sturgeon is making a resurgence, but that's not even part of it. There's a snub-nosed sturgeon that's even more threatened than the Atlantic sturgeon that is making a resurgence. And these waterways right there, we have to fix our county seat, but we need real solutions. Salem City, if you look at your smartphones or look at a map, start at Gloucester County line, coming down Salem, the Delaware River, as soon as you get to Salem County, it makes a left. We own no waterfront. Delaware owns all our waterfront. They shut down the LNG plant. They shut down the Riverview Inn when they wanted to put a thing out there for boats to come visit them. They have our waterfront in a chokehold. That area right there where the marina and the port is, and all the way over to Ardall Glass or Anchor Hockin, whatever you want to call it, is the most valuable and the only waterfront we have in Salem County. That is navigable. That is navigable. Yeah, we have the one that goes out through DuPont, but you can't go down there. It's blocked off. It is the only developable waterfront that we have in the county. Why would we bring this disaster in when we could bring development in there that we need it? I don't know what the answer is, but there's an answer out there. Giordano's is not the answer. My uncle, he capped that landfill we're talking about right now. Died at 66 with a tumor in the side of him that he could no longer go on. I ain't saying that's what it is, but that's what he did. He capped that landfill. He was there, and I remember the stories he told me. Dumpsters. Dumpsters is like a honesty thing you do. Dumpsters, you have no control what go in these things. You put a dumpster out here in this parking lot, go out there 3 days later, that thing will be full of household waste, chemicals, paint cans, mattresses, everything. They'll throw anything in there. Skia. I have ground adjacent to the Salem County Utilities Authority. They have already been actively looking to buy land in that area. And we've been on them about it when I was on the committee in Alloway. We are watching them. We know they want to grow. They don't have a way to grow. I'm afraid I'm going to get a knock on the door and say, hey, we want your 20 acres. We're going to need that for our buffer zone. All I'm asking,
30
fellas,
seconds.
this is a no vote for me. It would be easy if I was in one of your chairs, if I was successful 7, 8 years ago when I ran. I think you guys do a reasonably good job in this county. Please think about everyone in the county. And let's work on Salem City. I love you, Salem City. I don't know how many of you are in here. I love Salem City. But we have to have a solid solution for them with the county, the state government, and the federal government's help. Giordano's is not going to fix it. I'm sorry, folks, but thank you.
Pat Bomba.
Good evening. Patrick Bomba, Carney's Point. Gentlemen, you have a unique issue in front of you. This application for a siting at the Salem dump is a very unique type of a facility. It is a recycling facility. It's not everything that we've heard here. The purpose of the application is not for its environmental impact. That's for the DEP and EPA to settle. It's not for the impact of structural evaluation. That's for the engineers. What your job is, I hate to say this, is for the siting of the facility. That's the only consideration. Thank you.
Suzanne Landolfi.
Hello, Suzanne Landolfi from Piles Grove. I am a homeowner, taxpayer, voter. I was an educator at Salem High School for 27 years, so I'm aware of the town. This facility is for trash outside of our state. This is a transfer station, which means twice as many trucks, since trash has to come in, and then trash has to go out to another location. This does not benefit Salem County residents, but actually causes a larger financial burden for damage to roads, additional traffic, and overuse of our county landfill. Damage to our roads. I followed a Giordano truck full of cardboard that traveled through the center of Woodstown at 4:14 p.m. on May 14th. I was behind the truck once it came from South Main Street in Woodstown on Route 672, which turns into Woodstown-Daretown Road, Route 615. The small stretch of road between Bailey Street and Woodstown-Daretown Road at the V is one of the worst road conditions in the area. This route is heavily used as an alternate for Route 40. Continued damage to our roads. With 150 trucks a day, that's one way, which amounts to 300, they say are using Hook Road in Pennsville, which floods. It will be used to bring the trash into Salem. But once the trash is delivered to the Salem location, it then needs to be transported to the landfill, and the recycling items transported to Vineland facility. This will bring the truck traffic to over 450 trucks per day. There was no traffic study on Route 45, Route 40, and other back roads that will be used to transport trash to our county landfill. Filling our county landfill. In their application, it states that the primary disposal location will be the Salem County landfill. Once our landfill is full, it will be costly to obtain new land for a landfill. This will be a financial burden on all Salem County residents, except Salem City, because they were promised to have free trash removal. All back roads will be used transporting trash to the landfill. So yes, trash comes in, but it's not staying there. It has to be transported out. So no traffic studies were done on any of those back roads. Wet waste process. This is not a normal recycling location. The wet waste process will accept number 25, which is animal and food process waste. The state definition is processing waste materials from canneries, slaughterhouses, packing plants, or similar industries, including animal manure. Also to include dead animals. This is the definition from the state. The waste number 23 Vegetative waste sounds kind of nice, but part of the definition is waste materials from farms and nurseries. Let's not forget, Giordano at one of the meetings stated that they were offered a
30
full truck
seconds.
of vegetables that were already rotten. So obviously, it must be cheaper to get rid of trash in Salem County than to get rid of it someplace else. Thank you for serving our county. And don't forget about the trash trains that are going to be coming through. With zero benefits to Salem County, this is not a smart idea, but a financial gain for the Giordanos. Please consider all the negative factors with this project and reject it. Again, thank you for serving.
Betsy McBride.
Good evening, Commissioners. Betsy McBride, Elsinboro. I moved to Elsinboro in 2019, and I first heard about the potential to change the solid waste management plan last July. And I was in a BDA steering committee meeting, and I said, wait a minute, this is too much like Pennsauken. So I was an elected official in Pennsauken, and we have an industrial waterfront similar to Salem. I commend Salem City elected officials for trying to deal with the economic hardships of a distressed city. I commend the commissioners for getting elected and trying to do the right thing. I even commend those appointees on the Solid Waste Action Committee, Council, Advisory Council. Let's just remember what that word is. It's an advisory council. They were put in place by you to give you advice. Giordano had 2 presentations before the SWAC, as their attorney, Mr. Davis, said. There were 5 points to consider, and he very accurately stressed to the SWAC committee that they could only advise on those 5 points, one of which was driven home by all of your public comment, that the quality of life for the county residents would suffer. And yes, it was a 7-6 vote. It was definitely not unanimous. Two members did not attend. Not really sure why. Sometimes people just don't come, but it was Mannington and Quinton. And I feel pretty certain myself that they would have voted no, and we wouldn't be here. Well, we would be here because this whole process is to stop this before it starts. The devil's in the details, and there will be gobs and gobs of details in permitting and EJ stuff that will come in the future if we don't stop it now. We need to stop it with you because we should not, as elected officials and residents of this beautiful county, allow a facility of this type and of this magnitude in the city of Salem right next to the Salem River. It's too close to the river. It's too close to its residents. It's too many trucks. It's potentially too many rail cars, and there are too many risks and too many unanswered questions. All you have to do is decide whether you should amend this plan, and it will stop. They won't go any further. They will threaten to go further and sue the county for making arbitrary decisions, but it's not arbitrary to listen to your constituents and vote on their behalf. Thank you.
'52 through '56, Larry Byarski, Carolyn Ty, Earl Gage, Emily DeHart, and Frank Santos, please.
Lawrence S. Boyarsky Jr. I currently live in Piles Grove. I grew up in Pennsville and spent my elementary education in Salem City. The evaluation criteria, as documented previously, is, I have 3 of those items. Proposed facility will provide for proper management of solid waste and can be shown to be a complementary component of the coordinated strategy for solid waste management. The proposed facility will not have a negative effect on existing public efforts and legal responsibilities of Salem County to manage solid waste. The facility shall not have a negative effect on public, environmental health, safety, or welfare. Since the applicant's proposal includes wet waste processing, the application should have already been rejected. I also remind you that at the last meeting, the applicant said that they would remove that portion from the application. To date, I don't see that that happened. The applicant's proposal explicitly excludes accepting any Salem County recyclable items, so we have been told. Therefore, Salem County will be forced to provide oversight of the facility to ensure all legal responsibilities are met on a continuing basis. The negative effects on the public, environmental health, safety, and or welfare have been clearly outlined by other speakers this evening. While the applicant's proposal appears to be a win-win for the city of Salem, it will in fact create numerous negative impacts to Salem County as a whole. We have and will continue to hear many emotional pleas regarding the need for this facility in the city of Salem to help revitalize the city of Salem. Please understand, all that glitters is not always gold. This will increase Salem City employment if the Giordano's honor what they've said by less than 0.5%. I am compelled to once again remind the commissioners the majority of the people will not be on this earth that are in this room this evening should this facility wind up being a mess. Please stand up for the people of Salem County who elected you and reject this application. Thank you.
Carol Ty.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Caroline Ty, and I am 16 years old. I live in Carneys Point, and I attend Salem County Vocational High School. I am here to ask you to please say no to the Giordano Waste Facility. I may be young, but I care deeply about the future of our county. My friends, family, and I want to grow up in a place where the air is safe to breathe, the water is clean to drink, and our neighborhoods are healthy and welcoming. This waste facility puts all of that at risk. We already know what it's like to live with pollution. Carneys Point is still suffering from the damage caused by DuPont. Families here have dealt with contaminated water, lost property value, and health issues. Why would we risk going through that again? I know people say Salem County needs development, and I agree, but not this kind of development. We need jobs and businesses that help our community grow, stronger and healthier, not ones that bring more pollution and harm. Please think about my generation and the ones after me. We are the ones who will be left to deal with the consequences of the decisions made today. I am asking you to make a choice that puts people and health before profit. Please do not dump this problem on our future. Thank you for listening, and I hope you do the right thing.
Earl Gage.
Thank you, Commissioners, and good evening. I'm here speaking as a Salem County councilman and also an individual that happens to own property right near the site, proposed site. Just to focus things a little bit, well over 100 years ago, it was people's decision to build landfills on the waterfronts, Elsinboro and Salem being two local ideas. Salem has capped our landfill, but we're still left with a 47-acre site that has very questionable ability to be developed. So the matter is, when we have an opportunity in the poorest, second poorest community in the state of New Jersey to bring a taxpayer to the city of Salem to put a approved, possibly, recycling site there, it's in our interest to take a serious look at it, which City Council has done. Okay, 47 acres on the waterfront. We can't build a school on it by state law. We can't build a playground on it for state law. We can do is build a manufacturing facility or this type of recycling facility. Our options are limited. And for all that we say we love this beautiful county, which we do, Salem by history is a blue-collar manufacturing town. We have a glass factory that has, well, we had 3 at one time, but they're all defunct. All right, our idea is to bring industry back into Salem City. Now, again, to focus what your position is tonight, it's very difficult. I've been in your position, as you well know, looking at a room full of people that are voicing their opinions, which we all respect and like to hear. The focus is your study team, as it's been called, has recommended this become a recycling plant. What you're approving tonight is simply that, not the development of the site, not the environmental possibilities of the site, nothing like that. All you're doing is voting on the possibility of having this as a recycling part of your overall waste plan for the county. It still has to go through DEP. It still has to go through environmental protection. It has to go through planning boards, which will require public hearings, which will require public input, which will require public advertising. My hope is that this facility is clean, that this facility is a job producer, and this facility is a tax producer for not only the city, but the county as well. All right? And it needs to be safe, and it needs to be environmentally up to the levels that are required now by state law. Again, all that is above and beyond your purview tonight. Because if we were simply building a warehouse there, like they've built on Route 40, like they've built on Route 40, we wouldn't even be having this public input. So we appreciate that they're here. We appreciate hearing them. But we as a city need this type of facility in order to produce jobs. And I thank you for your consideration. Have a good night.
Emily DeHart.
Emily from Alloway. I'd like to start off my 4 minutes praying over you guys. This is a very big decision, and this is the best way to start. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful rivers, meadows, farmland, and woods that make up our lovely Salem County. We thank you for allowing us to be great stewards of your land. Tonight, Lord, I pray that you work through the elected county commissioners as they are hearing all opinions brought to them from their electees regarding the Giordano trash facility. In your Son's name, Jesus Christ, amen. I, like many people here tonight, have a lot of negative concerns regarding this proposal site of the Giordano trash facility, such as the illegal building of the facility, the smell, the first responder issues, and the dumping into the river. My biggest issue with this trash facility is the trucks coming through the county. We already have a big enough issue with dump trucks running stop signs, speeding through residential areas, and causing accidents. These dump trucks have hit cars, trucks, tractors, and even the Woodstown Central tourist train. How many more people are going to allow to get injured and killed by these reckless dump trucks before we deal with the issue? Now you want to add a magnitude of Giordano trucks to the already chaotic roads. Our roads are torn up from the commercial trucks driving around them. We cannot afford more road damage from the thousands of Giordano trucks every week. Our roads were not made for this kind of traffic. Giordano's first proposed site of this facility was next to their current recycling facility located on Route 55. But they were ultimately denied because of the congestion of the 4-lane major highway. How is it that the major highway designed for this kind of commercial traffic is too congested, but our tiny back roads, not rated for this kind of traffic, are acceptable? Newsflash, it's not. Not to mention, surrounding the potential site are all residential areas of very old 18th century houses. How many of you here today live in these antique houses? I grew up in one of them, and every time a truck drove by, our front windows broke out. If you've had the privilege to live on one of these houses, you will know they are not built to withstand the noise and vibrations of these heavy trucks. Every time one goes past, the whole house shakes, the windows break right out, pictures rattle, the whole house is chaos. Is Giordano going to pay for all the home damage every time one of his trucks drives past? Is Giordano going to pay to repair the roads his trucks damage? Is Giordano going to take responsibility for all the congestion and car crashes his trucks will cause? Tonight, I strongly urge every one of you to vote no to Giordano's trash facility in our county. When you go to vote, just remember that you were elected by people here tonight voicing their concerns. It is your duty to represent these electees in your vote. Thank you very much.
We've got one more person.
Hello, my name's Frank Santos. Wow. Okay, so first and foremost, I don't want to take up time that belongs to Salem residents because I am from Camden, New Jersey. But I had a second thought earlier, and I think as a fellow or overburdened community, I wanted to speak up and stand in solidarity with a lot of you here in Salem. And shout out to y'all because the Facebook groups, to the organization here and the people showing up, it shows strength and solidarity. So I want to speak from my life experience in Camden and with some of the industry that we experience over there, and it gives me a connective thread to what a lot of people are going through here now. And the reality is that the health and economic well-being of our cities doesn't matter to business owners like Giordano's. I'll give you an example of a project that was proposed and built in Camden, and it was the Philadelphia 76ers training facility. So there was a similar situation. We needed jobs, so we accepted the project, and out of 270 employees there now, there are only 8 employed by Camden residents. So only 8 Camden residents employed by that facility out of 270, and you can imagine they're probably not the greatest ones. In February, a metal recycling plant caught fire and forced over 100 residents to evacuate in Camden. Some of these people have been evacuated over 3 times in previous fires. Please raise your hand if you know about the EMR fire that happened in February in Camden. Okay, weirdly, none of the Giordano's family know about that. So that's another example of what the result may be when we accept projects like this. I don't want to take any further time, but I just wanted to show support and stand in solidarity. My name is Frank Santos, and if anybody's around that would like to work and needs support with digital multimedia tools so that we can continue this communication, you know, I'm here with you. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to stick around for the vote. I'm going to make sure that I capture as many stories as possible with what I do and spread it to my generation, because I know that it's difficult, and I know a lot of us aren't here, but it's because we're also constrained. And I was hearing about proms, and I have a young daughter myself. She has asthma, and that's kind of why I started the fight with EMR and the toxic air quality that we experience. And believe me, do not rely on the NJDEP to save you. I think we can work together and get to where we need to be. But yeah, shout out to y'all. I'll give this minute and a half to someone else. Shout out to y'all, appreciate you.
We have been here almost 3 hours. We're going to take a 5-minute break to stretch your legs. One of the, I've been told, is your mind absorbeth what your seat endureth. And so we're going to take 5 minutes. She's going to set the timer, and we're ready to go again. Do you want to? We'll read the next 5 names so they can be ready.
Brad Giordano, Mark Quinnett, Donna Carl, Bill Grabeau, and Angela Grabeau.
Thank you.
Please return to your seats. I can't hear you, I don't have my glasses on.
I don't know the exact numbers. I thought it was 47.6 in my mind.
Please return to your seats. Brian Giordano.
Brian, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's Brad.
Good evening, everybody. Whenever you're ready.
Please sit down and respect all the speakers. Thank you.
So we want to thank the commissioners and the public here tonight. We are confident in our plan that the benefits outweigh the negatives. We stand in what we call good trash and recycling every day. So when our family looks at products, we look at products. When I look in this room, I see metal. We walk around with magnets. This is aluminum. It's not sticking to the magnet. When I see paper, I see sorted white ledger paper. When I see colored paper, I see office paper. When I see stands, I see possibly brass. When I see the gentleman wearing the yellow vest, everything on his vest is actually recyclable. Everything. The gloves, the shrink wrap, the film. And to hear the comments that it's a has site, it's a this site, it's a that site. Guys, it's that water bottle on your desk. It's this piece of paper. Recycling's amazing. We got to teach our kids. This company, our company, we give loans to our employees to buy houses, cars. I'm amazed at what my father and uncle and our family does. Every day, the things they do, and this family does, there's not a lot of people raising their hands to do this. We have an amazing facility in Vineland that would be very symbiotic with this site. If we were a billion-dollar company and we just built a business without our other location, that wouldn't be great. We can share, keep the site clean constantly. That's a huge advantage. If you have another company come in here, they're not tied to Salem's revenue. Salem gets nothing. They still get the trucks. They still get everything. But Salem gets nothing. You get a solar field. The kids don't get jobs and you get low revenue. I just don't understand a lot of the misinformation tonight and how it goes about this big and bad. So we were taught to think for ourselves, to learn, to educate. We have almost 200 employees now. We live in a plant. I grew up in a plant. You know, we train children, young men to become men, young women that grow up and become highly educated in the office. This is an amazing company. We work on technology that far supersedes a huge box plant where you just tag things in a big room. Okay, we have mechanics, engineers. We have everything that touches America, touches the recycling industry. So, I don't know, we're very passionate. We know our plan is good. And these businesses take a long time to build. This doesn't happen overnight. You don't come in with 300 trucks a day and do all this. It's just not that way. It starts small, and then you grow it, the same way our original business grew. And we're not a faceless corporation. We're here. We're here to talk to. This is actually my 4th meeting. Our lawyer said 2. I'm here, guys. Our whole family's here. All I know is we're going to have a positive impact. Okay? We look at things. I walk around with magnets all day. We look at the wood. Okay, is that painted wood? Is that painted brick? Is that a natural product? Does it have adhesives? Is it sulfite bleach sulfate? What is it? So we know our products. We have over 150 different products. We don't want trash sitting around there. We want the products, and we move it. There's
30
nothing going to be
seconds.
sitting there. So, and what I'm saying is our community impact, our business will create local jobs. We'll contribute to the economy. We're going to help the community. We're going to be like a public works backup. We're going to help the town. The city came to us, and we want to help them. We don't have to do it. We've seen Salem City. We've seen the situation there is, and we're stepping up to the plate because we're not scared because we do this every day. So this is the way I feel. The traffic congestion, we have plans to manage it. The increase, including designated parking.
Time's up.
We're going to do things
Time's
for the
up.
city.
Mark Quinnett.
Hi, everybody. Mark Quinnett from Alloway and also Elsinboro. So a couple of things. I took notes. I didn't write anything specific like a lot of people, I guess, for a big dissertation. But Solid Waste Advisory Committee I heard come up, and that's you guys go to for to give you some advice on whether or not to do the solid waste part of this. I just wanted to remind you, and it was said a couple times, 2 people were missing. And I'd like to know if they were even challenged about not being at that meeting by you guys. You should, because they were your committee. They're the guys you had to go to these meetings for you to feed you back some information, and 2 were missing. We're very lucky in this county to have Alloway Township, to have a 20-foot or 40-foot clay base that we could put that waste facility on out there. That thing is a treasure. There isn't any other clay base in this area to do that. So it's not like you can take that, this is the county level, right? Take that and put it somewhere else. You can't put it in Woodstown, you can't put it in Quinton, you can't put it in Salem. That's the clay base there. That's the only one. It protects our aquifer. We have awesome aquifers here for water. Most of us, Salem City excluded, I don't know about the other townships, but have well water. It's important. I'm close to the river. My house in Elsinboro is right on the river. That's really important to me, to keep that water aquifer safe. That clay base in Alloway, if we're filling that dump up with residuals from a 200-mile radius from trash that doesn't belong to us, is a stupid decision. It's not smart. When we fill that up, we're done. We have nothing else. Then we'll be paying to send it out like Giordano's talking about. Then we'll be paying for the guys to take this stuff out of here. This county is very fortunate to have that. I remember when that came down. I've been in this county for 66 years. It's important. I have property in Alloway. I have property in Elsinboro. I vote in Salem County. I vote for you guys, right? Whoever it is. We need to make sure that you guys have the future in your mind when you're making a decision on whether or not to put this facility in our county, because the residuals from this are going in our landfill from 200 miles radius. The other part of that was Salem City, I personally feel, is the wrong spot. You don't take a trash can and put it in the middle of your living room. You just don't do it. It doesn't make sense. Why Salem City? I also understand their passion. And I have friends of mine from Salem that I told them, you know, I've always been an advocate of business in Salem. I always have. I had a father-in-law that was a big business guy in Salem. My wife is a Waddington, is a big family in Salem County. I am a big advocate for some kind of business in Salem. The trash business, I think, will deter. The other investment at the county level that we have to look at is we have a federal trade zone at the port. They say it's off the table. Read their application. Read through it. Go to the back where the thing is. Giordano wants all the trash he can get so that he can use the barges to ship
30
it out.
seconds.
As a homeowner on the riverfront, I think that's a disastrous thought. It's a crazy thought. That's all I think.
Donna Carl. Donna Carl. Bill Grabo.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My wife and I have been here for a little while. One of the reasons we came here was, of course, our precious river and peace and quiet. and the wonderful people of Elsinboro. I had a whole list of things I wanted to say, but most of the people here have already said it. One of the most distinguished things we saw today was a gentleman had the guts to stand up and pretty much get a hand vote, and it was almost unanimous that people said no. You're elected officials. You represent us. We're trusting and hoping in you. I don't want to use the phrase, but I will. Let's not pass the buck. Let's not trust New Jersey DEP. Let's trust you. We're trusting you. I would imagine the Giordano family would do their best to make it safe, but the problem is, we all know the phrase, perception is reality, and it just doesn't look good. I know people need jobs, but there's other better ways. I think the negative aspect is greater than the small benefit. And everyone in this room seems to agree. There's a bunch of smart people around here. I think we can come up with better plans. And I hope you do. And we're putting our faith, hope, and trust in you. And you could stop it before it goes any further. Thank you very much.
Angela Grabo. Okay. The next 5 people, 62, 63, 64, 65, and 66. Brian Christ, Thomas, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name, from Pennsville. Starts with a K. Sam Negron, Shaylin Parker, Colonel J.J. Turner Jr., whenever you're ready.
My name is Brian Christ. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a lifelong resident of Pennsville Township and Salem County. I'm a veteran. I'm a father. I was a son. My dad, my grandfather, my uncle, all 3 were members of the fire department. I'm an ordained minister, non-denominational. I work in this area quite frequently. I do have sympathy for people who can't find a job, but there are jobs all over the place, not just Salem County, not just Salem City. Unfortunately, if you don't have a mode of transportation, I feel for you again, but there's ways to get there. I do Lyft as well. I take people out to all over the place, if they need to go someplace. We do not need Giordano's here. Now, you've heard everybody say, we don't need it, we don't need it, we don't need it. You've only heard a few people say we need it. Again, I sympathize, people need jobs. I grew up here, as I said. I saw Salem as a youth, and we had all kinds of businesses there. There was a JCPenney's at one time, and an Incolingo's, and dollar stores, and everything, but things change. And it's not anybody's fault. I do wish that, more businesses would come into Salem and kind of help bring it up, but, that's not our fault. Giordano's is saying their traffic guy at the SWAC meeting say, oh, our guys are only going to go this route and this thing and that. Well, let me tell you, I've known truck drivers all my life. They're paid either by the mileage or by what they're hauling, not by the hour. They're going to go any way they can to get where they need to go to make their deliveries. And our roadways are not properly infrastructured enough to absorb the stress from all that traffic. Now, I said at the SWAC meeting, for 150 trucks, there's an average of 36% having a traffic accident. That's better than 5 trucks, little better than 5 trucks having a traffic accident. Oddly enough, we just had a traffic accident on I-295 yesterday at exit number 2. Two of them. You know, we had a tractor-trailer jackknife, okay? Is Giordano's trucks, when they crash, are they going to pay for it? Probably not. They're probably not even going to use their own trucks. They're going to have independent contractors bringing this stuff in. And if they have a car accident, are they going to clean up their mess? No. It's going to come down to us. And our fire services are all volunteer. So it's going to put a strain on our fire services. We don't need Giordano's.
One minute.
Now, here's something. Do any of you want to live next to this waste recycling plant? Does Giordano's want to live next to their waste recycling plant or have all this traffic drive by their house? I don't think so. I'm sure there are other places they can put this place in. Why come down to South Jersey? Put it up in Northeast New Jersey. Of course, the people with all the money live up there, and they don't want it. So they're saying, put it down in Salem
30
County.
seconds.
Put it down in Cumberland. Put it down in Gloucester County. Nobody wants it up north. But they'll throw it down at us, where all we have down here is farmland. I covered from my district covers from Broadway down to Mahoney Road, out to Hook Road, down to Broadway, out to Lighthouse Road, up to Fort Mont Road, and back up to Broadway. I have farms that are out there, and livestock and crops. So if these guys have an accident, that's all going to waste.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Thomas?
Thomas Kearney, Pennsville, New Jersey. Your job is to kind of protect the landfill. These guys aren't taking anything from the landfill. They're not taking your income away. They're going to take things out of there that you don't need in that landfill. Rock, asphalt, wood, drywall, wet waste. Some of that you take now. Wet waste is already in this county. Animal waste is already in this county. A lot of people just don't know that. There's 64,000 people in this county. Each mayor from each town elected a SWAC member, and they've spoken and said yes. It's your job to follow them. They're your eyes and ears. They said yes. These guys aren't here to destroy anybody. That landfill is only used for one purpose, industry. Salem died in the 70s when all those industries started to leave. Heinz, Ketchup, the glass houses, all gone, Salem died. Every day it dies. Salem is held up by the state of New Jersey. Nothing is coming there. There's no plan for Salem. If you guys drove through Salem, you'd see it. These guys are going to take their trash and take it to the landfill, which is by law, they have to do. That's the only trash they're going to take. They're not accepting trash. They're not using the waterways. They're only accepting recycled material. Nothing the landfill doesn't already take. Everything they want is already here. The hazards are already here. That's what they want to say. It's a big misconception. No trash they're going to take. If there are any excess trash that they do take, you guys have the option to take it to the landfill. If you've rejected, they'll take it to their landfill in Millville and Vineland. Nobody wants trash in their backyard. Everybody in this room, your trash is in someone else's backyard unless you live in Alloway. All your trash is in someone else's backyard. If you don't, and Giordano's take some of your trash. The landfill does not take any recycles. All your recycles goes to Gloucester County or Giordano's. What if they say they don't want your recycles? What are you going to do with it? We don't like trash. No one loves trash. Unfortunately, we all make it. We can all scream and holler we don't want it, but we all make it. It has to go somewhere. You don't want to burn it. Everybody says not here, but you make it. Everybody makes trash in this room. Everyone. Everyone in this room makes trash. It's got to go somewhere. It's got to. Well, of course not here, but where does your trash go?
Please direct your comments to the board.
So I asked it to the board, where does your trash go? If you guys don't live in Alloway, where does all your trash go?
The rules say they're
It's a
not going to
question.
engage with you.
Okay, but I can tell you where it goes. It goes to Alloway landfill. So if you live in Alloway, they take your trash.
1 minute.
And in turn, they get free trash service. This is a big boost for Salem. It's going to give them money. going to help them with their public works. They're going to help the city of Salem. If you don't say yes to this, you're going to say no to all the other companies that want to come in there. It's going to have trucks. Hazards. Hazards are everywhere. It's got to go somewhere. Salem needs this project. They have to have it.
30 seconds.
This also helps the landfill. You're due to close in 22 years. This is going to take stuff out of there that does not belong in the landfill. I know you guys have been on the landfill. You know what goes in that landfill. You know some that's not supposed to be there. They're going to take it, they're going to recycle it, and give Salem a ton of money for this. That's what should happen. You should listen to your SWAC members. They said yes. Thank you.
Sam, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak at this very contentious meeting. And thanks for the prayer. We needed it. My name is Sam Negron. My wife and I, we live about less than a half a mile from the issue at hand. And we moved here about 30 years ago with the hope that Salem would make a comeback, because at one time it was a very prosperous area. The area itself has historically great potential, historical value, one of the oldest cities in the nation. It has water access directly to the Salem River, which we hope will stay the same. It is 15 minutes from two major highways, 20 minutes from Wilmington, 45 minutes from Philadelphia, has great potential. Salem, we can do better. This is an outrageous and very dangerous proposal to an already deeply depressed area that can't carry the burden financially or environmentally. Many people have already expressed their opinions very eloquently in detail as to what is involved with all of this, and there are many who have expressed to you personal situations where they've had to deal with bad groundwater, disease, and other situations. Forensically, the infrastructure cannot sustain this. Groundwater is bad, air, roads, safety, all of these things will be impacted on a grand scale. And all this for the sake of tax revenue, a handful of jobs, and maybe a crossing guard. We have other alternatives that we can do with our area, creative innovations that we should be lifting up, such as possibly a river walk along that area. I see Salem as a possibility, as another Cape May. It has that potential. If you think about the buildings that are there, the historicity and all of the things that go with it, it is very imperative that we do think about these things. It has also been proven in places like Camden, where they have a waterway, an aquarium, the 76ers, the ship, New Jersey battleship, and so on. All of these things that can be lifted up to make the area better, not more toxic. And so I would like to say in closing that
1 minute.
there is a disproportionate disproportionate aspect to all of this, pros and cons. And I'm hoping that you will consider, as the gatekeepers of this, to vote no on this situation. And as the man previously said to us, if the shoe were on the other foot, would you or Mr. Giordano want to live near a situation such as this? Thank you very much.
Shaylin Parker.
Good
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Shaylin Parker, and I'm the River Protection and Environmental Rights Advocacy Associate at Delaware Riverkeeper Network. We're a nonprofit organization that works throughout the 4 states that comprise the Delaware watershed, championing the rights of our communities to a Delaware River and tributary streams that are free-flowing, clean, healthy, and abundant with a diversity of life. The Delaware Riverkeeper Network has strong ties to Salem County. For over 15 years, we have partnered with Salem County residents sampling surface water quality of the Salem River and the Oldmans and Alloways Creek. We served on several Delaware estuary steering committees, including the Army Corps of Engineers Regional Sediment Management Plan. I'm here today to share some of our concerns with the Giordano application and to urge the board to vote no on its inclusion in the Salem County District Solid Waste Management Plan. The proposed facility would be constructed on lots less than 100 feet from a tidally influenced tributary stream of the Salem River that feeds into the Delaware estuary. The project would cause land disturbance that eliminates essential riparian buffer zones, which are the vegetated areas between streams and upland areas. Buffers play a vital role in absorbing incoming stormwater and floodwaters and reducing the risk of localized flooding. The applicant anticipates maintaining 50 feet of wetland buffers and makes a hollow promise that it will make every attempt to avoid impacting them where feasible. Scientific consensus tells us that the minimum width a buffer should be to protect water quality, habitats, and wildlife is actually 100 feet, and that wider buffers ensure more protection. Shrinking a buffer to 50 feet or less, as this application proposes, could result in higher velocity stormwater runoff, more intense flood damage during ever more frequent extreme precipitation events, and more pollutants running off the site and potentially impacting nearby properties before entering the river system. Pollutants including wet and dry municipal waste, vegetative waste, animal and food processing waste, industrial waste, just to name a few. The applicant claims that detention basins will be used for stormwater management on site. However, such basins do not offer the same water quality protections as natural riparian buffers, and when they fail, can have severe erosion, sedimentation, and flooding consequences. Engineered stormwater basins can also introduce contaminants to the groundwater below. Beyond the increased pollutants from stormwater, the recycling process itself is dirty. The cleaning, shredding, melting, and processing of recycled materials can introduce hazardous chemicals such as PFAS, volatile organic compounds, dioxins, fine particles, and other plastic additives to water and air sources nearby Salem communities. The harmful effects of some of these substances are well studied and have clear links to asthma, cancer, respiratory illness, and reproductive harms, while other substances like PFAS are contaminants of emerging concern whose long-term health impacts are still under investigation.
1 minute.
What's more, the increased truck traffic would further denigrate air quality. The pollution from this facility would threaten the health and safety of communities that rely on the surrounding air and water for recreation, fishing, overall quality of life, and perhaps their livelihoods. It would also harm wildlife, including the Delaware River's genetically unique, critically endangered population of Atlantic sturgeon that rely on the nearby portion of the Delaware River as spawning grounds in a migratory corridor. The proposed project may
30
bring more
seconds.
economic challenges to a city that is already struggling with debt and water quality issues by introducing increased flood damages, water contamination, and decreased property values to the area. These economic downfalls would directly impact the residents of Salem City, the local government, and potentially the county at large, not to mention the Delaware River. Economic opportunity, job security, and wealth building should not have to come at the expense of a community's clean air and clean water. Thank you.
Colonel Turner?
Good evening, everybody. Hello to the board. I'm here as a new resident. My wife and I just recently retired to Salem County after 30 years in the service. My background is that I served on the board for 1st Army Corps of Engineers, 3rd Army Corps of Engineers, and I've also been involved in several high-end environmental capping projects where we used a sarcophagus to take care of certain issues. I walked the property. It is actually, in my evaluation, not suitable. I think that we have a very difficult situation on our hands with respect to trying to make that property acceptable. There may be other places in the area, but in my opinion, this is not one of them. One thing that I want to do, because we've had a lot of people make a lot of great points, and there's no doubt about that, both pro and con. Certainly, Salem needs a great deal of assistance, and I think what we are failing to do is take a look at things creatively. Bottom line up front, as we like to say in the service, right? This is the wrong project at the wrong time for the wrong place. However, that said, what is the direction we want the county, and particularly Salem and the surrounding communities to go to? Do we want to push ourselves towards being something like Patterson or Pleasantville or some other places that have made mistakes? Or do we want to move ourselves in a position that allows us to become more like Jim Thorpe, Cape May? There are a lot of places that have taken design and pushed the envelope to become great places. This doesn't help the county at all. What this does is it puts us in a position where we will be paying for it years and years in the future. So that said, as a person who moved to the county for its bucolic and other options, particularly fishing, I oppose this dramatically. And if we are in a position where we're going to trust Trenton to do the right things when money's involved, I think we're just stepping in a bear trap. And I'm done. Thank you.
'67, '68, '69, '71, and '72. Jay Hancock, Joanne Dent, Tina Messiano, Jane Aselta, and Barbara Duffy.
Yeah, I'm Jay Hancock. I live in Elsinboro. I got to Salem at Salem Hospital in 1948, not the one out in Mannington, but the one on Market Street. And I've seen Salem in its heyday. We had Sears Roebuck's, J.C. Penney's, 2 movie houses, 2 grocery stores, A&P and Acme, and 2 Five and Dime. There was business up and down the streets. We had 2 places where you could get medicine, and actually, so the other day, I was on Reeves Parkway, headed for Pennsville, and there's 3 ball fields there, and they were packed out with cars, grandpops, grandmoms, and moms and dads watching their kids play baseball. I'd like to get a picture of it. And, but I thought, like, with this proposal right across the street, what would that really look like? I also had relatives and have friends in Chestnut Terrace that are very, very close. And we just went through Memorial Day, and I can only imagine what it'd be like with this dump right there in their backyard to have a picnic, come over and have hamburgers with us, and what it's like. I don't know whether you've been on your way to Lancaster and went through where they raised the mushrooms, but I rolled the windows up and, and put a clothespin on my nose. So that's a very prominent issue that would happen with this proposal. Also, I live in Elsinboro, and I drink out of a well. My house is, that's the water that we have. I make my coffee with well water. And so it's a concern to me, the contaminant waste that would end up in the water situation. Also, I would ask if you would consider the road situation with the truck traffic as it is. If you go through Muttontown Woods, you need an all-terrain vehicle just about to get through there. It's the county is struggling with money, and so they didn't even have the money to put up snow fences this year. And so for this addition of truck traffic that would
1 minute.
would be part of this project, it would put a strain on the taxpayers. We would have to come up with the money to get these roads back in shape with the tremendous amount of truck traffic that would be involved in this facility. Where they do have some good roads would be wastewater at DuPont, or if you go over Commodore Barry Bridge.
30 seconds.
There's Rollins Environmental, which burn trash. There are better places, and they have roads there such as the Turnpike, 295, and roads that would be much better suited for a facility burning trash like this. I hope to see Salem come back, and I hope you vote no on this project. And I thank you for your time and my ability to speak.
Time's up. Joanne Dent. Joanne Dent. Tina Messiano.
I apologize, I have laryngitis, but I'm going to try to get through this. Your task here tonight, according to Giordano's lawyer, is that you just have to consider the landfill and what goes into it. So your task tonight is to deny any outside trash to be dumped in our Salem County landfill that was built by Salem County tax dollars and is for Salem County trash only. We don't want any company dumping here. It is our landfill and our landfill only. We all paid for it, and we continue to pay for it. It is critical to send the message that we do not want to handle anyone's trash but ours, period. Vote it down and stop others from even trying to come in as well. If you open up our landfill, more trash will come. If you let them, they will come. As far as relying on the DEP and the EPA, that's laughable. Well, how much contaminated lands are there now throughout New Jersey? How well did they monitor that? Who will be monitoring Giordano's? Will he monitor it and report back to them? Oh, I don't know. I don't put my faith in the DEP. I'm putting my faith in you to protect us and say no. Cut and dry. We don't want trash from anywhere but our local townships. You represent our rural county. And as they say at Cowtown on a Saturday night, cowboy up and vote this down. I am also here as an expert witness because I am here to represent the impacts of the company. I have Giordano trucks drive by my house every single day. Trucks that drive down through my small town, Salem County roads that we have to pay, and he's going to the Cumberland County landfill. Their attorney said they will keep to the amendments. Well, this company does not adhere to the designated route now for Cumberland County's landfill. Brad just said here tonight that he is here for the community. My community asked him personally to please take the route of Route 55 to the Cumberland landfill, but they still don't, and they continue to go down and destroy our small Salem County roads to go to the Cumberland County landfill. I don't know if you're aware of that, but we pay for him to go down our roads. Why? They truly don't care about residents. He says he has an iPad and he knows where all his trucks are. Well then, Brad, you know your trucks are not taking the designated route and you still don't stop them. Their past behavior will predict future behavior. Let me say that again. As a teacher, I say to my students, your past behavior will predict your
1
future
minute.
behavior. Again, Salem City can do better. You are relying on his few jobs to stop all of the other quality, high-paying jobs that could be coming in to your area. Don't put your faith in this. I can tell you that. Because the past behavior, again, will predict it, this future behavior. And now you're going to have Jana
30
Seltzer come up,
seconds.
and she is going to advise you, but she doesn't live here in Salem County, and Giordano is a member of her organization. Thank you.
Jana Selta.
I'm sorry, my reputation precedes me. Good evening. I'm Jana Selta. I've worked in economic development for over 15 years, including Vice President of the Southern New Jersey Development Council and as the New Jersey State Director for USDA Rural Development. In each of these roles, I worked with the Salem County Commissioners, County Chamber of Commerce, members of the Salem County Economic Development Advisory Council, the Salem County Economic Development Department and its director, South Jersey Economic Development District, the City of Salem, other stakeholders to assist and support the county's economic development and economic diversity goals. I want to recognize that over the years, I've witnessed the time and efforts that each of you has spent trying to generate economic development needed for the stability of the county and the vitality of the county. To make the public aware, you've taken countless meetings and calls from businesses exploring opportunities to locate in Salem. You've promoted the county and the benefits to locate here. You've chased one possible project after another in the hopes of revitalizing long-abandoned industrial sites along the Delaware River in Salem City. These businesses dangled millions of dollars of investment, large number of jobs, commitments to host communities, and one after another did not materialize for one reason or another. I also want to acknowledge that the work of economic development is hard and time-consuming, including the marketing and promotion of the county and of Salem City specifically as an attractive place to locate a business, preparing marketing materials for the available sites, conducting studies of these industrial sites, often uncovering environmental hazards that require disclosure and remediation, or that the infrastructure does not exist or is inadequate. The collaboration with federal and state local economic development organizations to offer financing incentives to businesses, finding financial resources for job training and workforce development necessary to support business and industry, the investment of a full-time economic development director who works with you doing all of this and so much more. And I'll repeat myself, oftentimes this effort does not result in a new business venture committing to invest in Salem City or Salem County, and it doesn't happen overnight. But the Giordano Recycling Facility project is committed to coming to Salem City. The recycling project redevelops a brownfield site, repurposing the site with a similar and suitable use on an industrial zoned property. The site will be remediated and returned to the property rolls, generating much needed tax revenue to the city of Salem, which can be used to support other economic development efforts, such as rehabilitating housing, street and neighborhood cleanup, downtown revitalization, to name a few, which in turn will help attract other businesses to Salem City. This is how economic revitalization starts, with one company's commitment. While this project may not be the most enviable of businesses, it's not a boutique hotel, a tourist or mixed-use waterfront attraction, a restaurant, a grocery store, a boat launch, a park, or other previously mentioned wish list projects, all of which are unsuitable for this site. All the economic development comes much later. Instead, it's a good economic development project to build momentum and demonstrate success. The members of the SWAC, having reviewed the
30
proposal and
seconds.
public input, appropriately and favorably advise the board to include this project into the solid waste management plan. In addition, the Salem Economic Advisory Council vote also approved the project. And as you're aware, this is one step in a long journey for approval, and I ask for your support in sending this project on its way. Thank you very much for your time.
Barbara Duffy.
Hello. I am Barbara Duffy. I live in Elsinboro Township, have for 40 years. My husband and I have raised 5 children here, all of whom were graduated from Salem High School. I have worked in Salem City. I have volunteered with several organizations based in Salem, including Meals on Wheels, the Historical Society, and Salem Main Street. I feel that my home community includes Salem City as well as Elsinboro. I am here this evening to ask you to vote no on the Giordano project. You have heard, I'm probably at the end of it, so you've heard many reasons why this location is not suitable for this project. Reasons with which I agree. I would like to offer a different perspective based upon the effect this project will have on the health of the community. There is no doubt that an addition of a facility that would produce runoff liquids into our water and the increased traffic of 150 heavy-duty trucks per day back and forth will release respiratory irritants, carcinogens into the environment. One side of the Giordano property will border Elsinboro, while the other side, including the majority of the truck traffic, would border a densely populated, low-income neighborhood of Salem City. Analysis conducted by the National Minority Quality Forum and the CEO Roundtable on Cancer said that 56% of communities of color are within 1.86 miles of carcinogen-producing waste sites. The report highlights 2 stark findings. First, historically marginalized populations often live and work in environments where toxicants in the air, water, and soil elevate their risk of cancer. Secondly, in this very communities where public policy has elevated the risk for cancer through exposure to hazardous waste, public policy has also denied them access to the best modern cancer care. Many of these affected neighborhoods are near industrial facilities, resulting in heightened exposure, cancer-causing air toxins. The American Lung Association Asthma Trends Brief explains that in 2018, minority individuals were 42% more likely to be living with asthma. Environmental pollution is a known factor that makes asthma symptoms worse, and according to the ALA state air reports, more than 1 in 3 Americans live in places with unhealthy levels of air pollution. We have heard that the Giordano facility is indoors. However, we also understand that during operational hours, the huge loading doors on the sides of the building will be open most of the time. Exposing members of the community, especially our children, to environmental health risks is very personal to me. My husband Brian and I are the parents of a son who had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Possible cause of this type of cancer is environmentally. Blessedly, he survived, went on to finish his education, has a meaningful career, has a great family, but 8 weeks ago he suffered a stroke. His neurologists at Jefferson and Penn
30
agree
seconds.
that it was most likely caused by bleeds in his brain as a result of the radiation therapy he had 30 years ago to shrink the brain tumor. Will Giordano's facility, with the pollutants they will put out into the environment and the 250 trucks driving through a neighborhood daily, cause someone to have cancer? I don't know. Will it cause someone to have asthma? Much more likely, but again, I don't know that. I do know that placing this facility in this location
Time's up.
is significantly going to increase that. Thank you.
Jordan Schlump, Ed McBride, and Vaughn Gross.
Jordan Slump, Pennsville, New Jersey. Commissioners, thank you for having us here tonight and for serving our county. Part of making an informed decision is learning from others, prior situations, and reality. We heard the Giordano attorney tonight talk about Giordano's track record. So let's be clear. The Giordano track record has been a negative impact on Violin City. Violin City rejected this proposal. Their director of economic development stated that the facility has had a negative impact on future development of West Landis Avenue and urged that this property be located in the Violin City Industrial Park. It is clear our county would be faced with environmental hazards, fires, public health concerns, demand on infrastructure, and the stifling of economic development. Commissioners, if you are reading the crowd tonight, it is very clear how our county feels about this proposal. A lawyer has been hired. The citizens of the county have clearly spoken in opposition. County commissioners, you have the ability to stop this tonight. I encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
And McBride?
Good evening. I'm Ed McBride. I live in Elsinboro. I'm a proud member of the Salem County Community Preservation and Development Group, many of whose members you've heard from already. Thank you to all the commissioners for devoting the time that you are devoting to allowing the public to have input into your decision-making process here, and I thank you very much for that. You know, there's a well-known saying, hindsight is 20/20. Today, no one would seriously consider putting a landfill on the banks of the Salem River within shouting distance of schools, ball fields, homes, and farms. So how could it possibly make sense to build a massive, industrial-scale, truck-intensive solid waste facility on top of that landfill? You're being told tonight by the proponents of this plan that you don't need to worry yourselves about answering that question. They're saying that you should just sign off and let DEP worry about it. To use another well-known saying, that's putting the cart before the horse. As our attorney, Mr. Dixon, noted, there's no basis for the board to say that this is a, quote, suitable proposal when not a single permit has even been applied for, let alone issued. So for that reason and all of the other points made by others who have spoken eloquently against this plan tonight, I urge you to reject this application. Thank you.
And lastly, Vaughn Gross.
Hey guys, so you're tired, I'm tired. I will do my best to keep this brief. You've heard a lot tonight, and I will concede that concerns are warranted, full stop. However, until DEP is involved, those concerns are unfounded. It was already said, and again, just a little bit about myself. You guys know me. You may not know about me. I've been in city council, on city council for Salem for 12 years now. I've lived in Salem pretty much all my life. I just turned 51 this year, so I've been in Salem probably about 48 years. I can afford to leave whenever I want, but I stay there because Salem needs me. So I wanted to get that out the way. I don't envy your decision here tonight because there's been a lot of threats about being held responsible. And, you know, hey, it's their purview. You're an elected official. I'm an elected official. People vote for what they want. Your purview tonight is, as Earl said, is very narrow. It basically comes down to, will you allow the amendment to the solid waste plan? This went before SWAC. We've had meetings. I know people have talked about everybody didn't show up, and that's true. But guess what? It still passed. That's your advisors. I'm asking you to just allow Salem the autonomy to make a decision for ourselves. I'll be the first to tell you, am I 100% sold about Giordano's? No. I've got a lot of questions myself. However, this is the first step of many steps. And a lot of people have conflated this as if you say yes tonight, Giordano's just going to come in here tomorrow and, tear the city apart or tear the county apart. That's not how this works. A lot of people don't know me, and that's fine, but I'm not an idiot. Those who know me know that I ask the relevant questions. Those who know me know that if something doesn't smell right, I'm going to say it doesn't smell right. So again, I just ask you not to look at their faces tonight. I just ask you to contemplate what's in front of you. Does this amendment go through? Not does Giordano's get to come into Salem, not how this affects the county. And I understand, everybody's concerns about the traffic on the road. But nobody was concerned when those pylons were coming through Salem for the wind port. Yeah, you weren't. When that plan first went through, my mayor at that point, Charles Washington, voiced his concerns, and he was told by people that he was being negative because he needed to think about how this was going to benefit the county. Well, conversely, I just asked the county to think about how this is going to benefit Salem because, quite frankly, Salem has been on its own. We're within the county, but we're not a member of this county. So again, I don't envy your decision. I thank you for taking the time tonight. I know that you will deliberate soberly. And again, I just ask you vote yes. Thank you.
Gentlemen, could you turn your mics on, please? Commissioners, make sure your mics are on, please.
Yes. I want to thank you all for coming tonight. We will get to a vote in a minute, but first of all, I want to introduce the people that are going to be voting. We have at the end, my left over here is Dan Timmerman, Dr. Dan Timmerman, a Salem County surgeon that may have operated on many of you. Next to him is Mickey Ostrom, recently retired, and he may have delivered some of your babies. Cordy Taylor, all the way to my right, is in the IT industry. Ed Ramsey next to me is a zoning and planning official for many of the local communities. And I'm a professional engineer and also a business owner. We, the commissioners, have listened to 70-plus speakers tonight. That's not all of it. We've visited recycling facilities. We've listened to hundreds of people outside of this meeting. We've listened to boards, businesses, committees. We've even listened to the Solid Waste Advisory Board. Most of us were in attendance at those meetings. We reviewed pages and pages of documents, emails, and reports. We even spoke to the engineer who was involved in the capping of the landfill. All of this said is that we have done our due diligence tonight. Be patient with us as we speak. In a minute, I'm going to ask for a motion. The motion is going to be to amend the Salem County Waste Plan.
We have to close.
We have to close that.
We'll close it in a second.
No one online?
We're not
We'll
taking
get
online.
there.
We're not taking online.
Each individual committeeman has been asked whether they want to or not to give a reason behind their voting, just for the people here to understand where we're coming from. At this point, first, I'll take a motion and second to close the public hearing to amend the Salem County Solid Waste Management Plan.
So moved, Mr. Director.
Second motion, Mr. Director.
Thank you. I have a motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Deputy Director Ostrom.
Yes.
Commissioner Timmerman.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
Director Laurie.
Yes. There's no need for closed session. Could I get a motion and second to amend the Salem County Solid Waste Plan?
Mr. Director, I'll make that motion.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Director.
I have a motion and a second, and we will go through a roll call, and each person will discuss it as they feel necessary.
Commissioner Taylor.
Good evening to all of you that are here this evening and to all those who have reached out through other means. Thank you for your time. Whether you're for or against this application, the passion for our community shows through. As a county commissioners, we're guided by commitment to the well-being of our community, its residents, and its future. In light of this responsibility, I want to express my reasons for opposing this proposed waste facility in our county seat. Though the project may appear to offer certain economic and logistical benefits, the concerns it raises are too significant to overlook. Environmental risks, we've heard them tonight. One of the most pressing concerns is the potential environmental impact of this facility. Our county seat and the city of Salem, one and the same, is home to valuable natural resources, streams, wetlands, and green spaces that support biodiversity. The introduction of a waste facility could pose serious risks to these assets. Leakage or contamination from waste storage or processing could compromise soil quality and pollute groundwater sources, endangering both human health and the local ecosystems. It's important to remember this proposal involves a closed landfill. This delicate environment currently manages rainwater filtration across all 47 acres. Actually, it's probably more than that. Paving more than half that site and channeling runoff through basins would prevent a significantly different scenario. I think you heard it from the river keepers. Impact on public health. The health and safety of our residents must always be paramount in our decision making. Waste facilities are often associated with odors, pest infestations, and the release of harmful chemicals. These factors could negatively affect the quality of life for those living near the site. Moreover, our professionals in the county health department have raised public health concerns around odors, noise levels, contaminated waste, and runoff contamination. This proximity of the facility to a residential area brings up several considerations. It's important that these residents maintain access to safe and healthy environments, and this proposal may impact those standards. From an economic and social implications, the waste facilities may offer economic benefits like job creation and increased revenue, but we must consider the long-term impact. It could deter future investments and development in our county seat, altering its character and reducing its appeal to businesses and families. Testimony at the SWAC hearing suggests the proposed facility may lead to the port's closure. Zero-sum game. Homeowners near the site may face financial burdens due to a drop in property values. This facility could also disproportionately impact low to moderate income neighborhoods, we heard, leading to environmental justice concerns. For traffic and infrastructure, traffic is a recurring concern that's been raised, including this evening. I recognize each new warehouse in Salem County contributes to increased traffic and additional pressures on our local infrastructure. However, most of these facilities are situated on larger roads and near major highways. The noise and disruption caused by these trucks can also negatively impact the community's quality of life. Furthermore, this project being near residential neighborhoods, the intensified traffic proposes safety risks, especially in areas frequently used by children, students, pedestrians, and cyclists. Alternative solutions. There are two focuses here. One is on waste management, the other is on the city of Salem or our county seat. For the former, it's important to acknowledge the necessity of effective waste management in our county, but alternatives to the proposed location should be explored. Deputy Director Ostrom and I visited a waste facility in Jessup, Maryland. It was an industrial park and at least a few miles from residential areas. As to the latter, there are alternative development ideas that offer value to this community. Both the city of Camden was mentioned tonight, and Mount Holly, which is the county seat of Burlington, have turned old landfills into parks. Other municipalities in Salem County have opted to put solar projects on their closed landfills. In conclusion, while I understand the motivations behind the proposed waste facility, I cannot in good conscience support its development in our county seat or in the city of Salem. The environmental, public health, economic, and social concerns it raises far outweigh its potential benefits. As county commissioners, we bear the responsibility of protecting the interests of our constituents today and safeguarding the future of the county. We all need to work together to find alternatives that ensure our county remains a place of pride and promise for all of us who call it home. Mr. Director, I vote no.
Deputy Director Ostrom.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that one thing we all agreed on tonight is the desire for revitalization of Salem, the Salem we remember from the 60s. And we all want to see that happen. The short-term economic benefits of the proposed project for the Giordano's are pretty evident. It remains to be seen, however, if they are sustainable, so that's one large question. As Mr. Giordano said, we really do have to embrace recycling, given the wasteful society that we live in today. And as Commissioner Taylor said, we were quite impressed by the facility in Maryland, which, unlike this one, was completely self-contained. The wet waste that came in stayed there until it could be safely moved out to farms. So it was a very much different proposition. And what we have to do looking at this project is to ask ourselves, is this the highest and best use of this land? What other potentials are there? Again, recycling is certainly a desirable opportunity, but we remind ourselves that this is a lowlands. This is basically part of an estuary, the site under consideration, and it's prone to flood, every 3 weeks down Greaves Parkway, something like that. So we have been advised by our professionals in the Health and Engineering Department that if this is approved and comes to fruition, granted the DEP process would follow, there will be significant enforcement and maintenance costs that will ultimately fall to the county taxpayers as a whole. This would, of course, erode any economic improvement from the project. As Mayor Veller said, traffic is part of any development, and we cannot eschew any improvements because we're afraid of traffic is going to come. We have to be prepared for those costs. But our concerns, the concerns that were voiced about the routes that Giordano's trucks take, and the concerns about leaking from the trucks as they go through our community certainly weighs heavily. We'd like to thank everyone who came tonight and voiced their opinions. They were very well thought out, and I was impressed by the passion that everyone has. Most importantly, as representatives of our neighbors, we must ensure their health, safety, and well-being. From the overwhelming response both tonight and through communications previously, along with the information we've been given by our professionals, I too must vote no.
Commissioner Timmerman.
Good evening. Thank you very much for showing up. I've listened to all of you, and I've listened to many other constituents, excuse me, in the community. And I've listened a lot about the technical aspects, which both Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Ostrom have talked about. And so for me, I'm going to focus on a different reason for my answer. For me, the process of how we came to sit in this room does not sit well with me. I've heard a couple people talk about the SWAC committee advised us to do this. Well, it's non-binding. Advisory councils are non-binding. And it was a 7-6 vote with 2 no votes, not abstentions, but 2 people that didn't show up for the vote. And the 2 townships that didn't show up abut Salem City. And so I think they have an interest, and I think they deserve to be at the table for a vote. So it could have just as easily been 7-8, all right? That's important. And although the advisory commission is there to inform us, they don't dictate our decisions. We come to the constituents, and our decisions are based upon things that you tell us, whether they're professional decisions that were given to us or decisions that were made by people in the community, just like you that are here tonight. I think for the Giordano's, I counted up the number of votes tonight that they got in the room. If you take out the people that don't live in Salem County, it's less than 10. I think you need to build consensus. I think if you want to be our neighbor, You need to be a good neighbor. Get to know us, be nice to us, come out and meet us, show us more. Go back to the advisory commission. All right? So, for all those reasons, I vote no.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank everyone for being here. Many have said this is a hard decision. It has not been a hard decision. I've been in real estate, economic development my entire career. We've all heard the saying, location, location, location. 75 years ago, Mr. Giordano, you were out on the outskirts of town, out of sight, out of mind. You had a good business, you've run a good business, and I suspect you will continue to do so. We don't live on the edge of town anymore. There are no edges of town. We now use industrial parks. This is an industrial business. It needs to be in an industrial area. I too have visited the site in Maryland. I've seen the video from Mr. Brown of Philadelphia, and I think there's a good comparison. One is in an area where we expect industry to take place nowadays. One is in an area that industrial places used to take place. It's not that way anymore. They're also not just businesses anymore, they're sciences that we're involved with nowadays, and they have to be dealt with in a respectful manner, in the proper place, with the proper infrastructure. I vote no.
Director Laurie.
Brad Giordano and family, you come from a great family. I've talked to Jimmy Sorrow, as you know well, is the director of Cumberland County, thinks very, very highly of you and recommended that we vote yes, not knowing the full situation. I feel there's just a better use of our landfill, and that will come to fruition, hopefully. I'm concerned about the safety. I'm concerned about the health of our community, and especially the quality of life in Salem County. I don't think you meet all those criteria yet in the location that you've chosen. I would invite you to meet with us as the commissioners or as some of our departments. There are places in Salem County that better fit this. Yes, we need the industry. Yes, we need the jobs. Yes, we need them in Salem. Commissioners have been working hard on multiple projects to bring Salem County to the 21st century to help deliver these jobs. And you're going to be seeing those things come to fruition as we go along, and I'm not going to start listing them. But this all being said, my vote is also no. Thank you. Commissioners, can I get a vote to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.